Submit to the High Council here on World Class Bullshitters. I'm your host, Jeff Hicks, and with me tonight is Mary Mayhem.
Hi.
Oh, hi, Mary.
Hello.
And we are joined by, you know him as Nick, but you also know him as Echo Base Network. What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, how's it going? Good to be here. Thanks for the invite.
Love having you, dude. So this is the second time you've joined us on the High Council this year.
Yep. It's always great to be over here. You, Jeff, are actually one of the few people we have never had on our channel.
Well, anytime
Ever.
you want to change that, just let me know.
Yeah. I sent you an invite for that big stream we did with Star Wars Theory and everybody, but I guess you guys were tied up that night, you and Jesse.
If it was on a weekend, probably because, you know, stuff will happen, and we're just like, oh shit, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, so maybe we should have done stuff today.
Yeah, it's Saturday. Our schedules are so crazy because we have full-time careers and personal lives that literally our YouTube thing start off as a side project, part-time thing. You know, we didn't even think that we would be where we're at now. You know, in this short 2-year period. So
Well, plus that time difference is crazy.
yeah, and so because of our schedule, Saturday nights is really the only time that we're both free to be able to do anything. So, you know, but now that Coach is out for summer, you know, we're gonna try to do more live streams. So maybe we can catch you on a weeknight or a week or during the afternoon sometime.
Yeah, man, you got a way to contact me, many different avenues and platforms. So always reach out. Like I tell anybody that wants to stream together. If I'm not available right now, it doesn't mean I never want to stream. So
right,
everybody out there in the chat, just to let you know that. Now,
School's out now. You got those weekday crazy keggers going on, huh?
Oh, yeah?
Is that what it is? I'm sorry. I just can't see Nick doing that.
Now, would you guys like to see something that came in the mail today?
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, so if you're on our Facebook group, you saw this, but I got a High Council pillow made.
I saw that
I
earlier
did
on
see
Twitter.
that. I saw it on
Hanging out in the
Facebook.
corner.
Where you were like, I'm on a pillow.
It's so weird. Like, you know, I got this in the mail because I ordered all the other stuff, and this was one of those impulse buys at the very end. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, why not a pillow? So I got this and a notebook for my office.
It's a throw pillow, though. See, what you really need is a body pillow. And
you're getting weird.
It's gonna unbelieve the plastered all the way up and down the body pillow.
Be like, hey, if you want to snug with me, get your body pillow over on our merch store right now.
Oh yeah,
for the low price of $99.99.
Chuck a leg right over Jeff.
That's the right price for a body pillow of me because I'm a large dude, so it's going to be a lot.
Yeah,
of
it would be a big pillow.
I mean, I feel like how do you sell one's acknowledgement that you will be snuggled, right? So what does that do to your soul? What is that worth? You know, like
$99.99.
Okay.
Yeah.
The plus shipping and handling.
Yep, the deceptive price of, hey, it's under $100, so it's a good deal.
It's a hell of a deal. It's a steal at this price point. I mean, how could you not gift yourself that?
Yeah.
Does Jessie consent to this? That's my question. Does she consent to everybody snuggling her boyfriend?
She has no say over my public image, so...
Nice.
I don't know. I feel like I'm selling myself too cheap. Maybe I should throw a 0 or 2 in there for a fucking full-size body pillow. Because I'm going to get... You know what's going to happen is I'm going to get videos of people buying the pillow and doing their best Buffalo Jeff impression to try to creep me.
Oh, yeah. That's literally what I was just thinking, right? Is that you will be violated. Before it's over, you'll be like Floozy Jeff instead of just Buffalo Jeff.
Yeah.
So
I don't really want to entertain those ideas. So you know what, folks? That was a one-off pillow. I will never make anything like that. Thanks, Mary.
Sorry.
So, you guys want to start out with something fun instead of creepy body pillows?
No.
Sure. I'm game.
With the body pillows. Why not both, Jeff? Why not both?
Why not both? Folks in the chat, if you want body pillows, you know what to do. Just constantly ask. I might say yes one day.
Eventually it'll get done. After enough people have hounded you for enough amount of time for you to actually make it happen.
Well, good for them. That's how you get stuff done, folks, in this country. You just keep asking somebody until it happens. So let's talk about this schmuck right here on the screen. Yeah, I'd rather have a Demi Moore tapeworm body pillow as well, Alexander the Great. Maybe we can make that happen. So, John Campea. Many years ago, I made a video titled John Campea, The Shill Strikes Back. And to this day, when you Google John Campea images, it pops up. So I'm glad that either he's that irrelevant that something I made years ago will stick, or it's still that important. Long story short, our friend John Campea is back. He never went away for some, but he's here to bother and, well, make an ass of himself. You guys want to hear about his horrific experience at Disneyland?
Sure. Oh, yeah, man. I loved this video.
Oh, okay. So, let's see. Oh, God, Miss Ninja Julian, please don't do this to me. They don't.
Can I respond to Red Rooster in the chat?
I mean...
Yes, you can get one if you learn how to spell my name right.
Where would we get? Hold on. Let me see how to get a custom body pillow. Okay, wow. I don't have to finish the word body, and it's wholesale custom body pillows. Oh, here we go. Personal human-sized body pillow, $34.99.
Well, that's not bad at all.
Yeah. Hey, should we... I should get one made just for the fucking...
Yeah. You should totally get one made and then post a picture of that and do like a giveaway or something for it.
Wow, I love it.
Okay, so Mary,
so much.
Your era here is now known as the body pillow era.
I'm the body pillow era. I love it. I'll start getting those mass-produced time now.
I mean, how awesome would it be to wake up and have that pillow guy looking at your face?
So the question I have is, would you get a full body pillow of actually you or your animated drawn version of you?
I mean, I could do me. I feel like me, or it wouldn't feel quite right. You know what I mean? Like if you're going for this, you're going for realism. Like the whole point is the snuggle portion. Like you want to wake up, you want to roll over, you want to look it in the eyes, peck it right there. Like, good morning, beautiful. You know, and you just you want the realism, right? So you want to use yourself.
I just had a lot of weird shit just pop into my head that I'm not even going to mention right now on the body pillow thing.
Give it time. Give it time.
Let's just say I'm sure there's probably a lot of weird people out there that would probably do some really bad things.
How much for the price of my dignity?
$9.99. So, speaking of prices and dignity, John Campea paid a lot and has no dignity. So, I laughed my ass off at reading the transcript of this because it just sounds like a guy whining. Oh, I paid $1,500. That's where you made a mistake, John. Disney World tickets, Disneyland tickets. Where the fuck you went? Not worth $1,500. So let's laugh at his expense, shall we?
Yeah, please. Let's do.
YouTuber John Campea recently detailed a horrific experience he had at Disney World that ended up costing him, Disneyland, it cost him $1,500. Campea posted his experience to Facebook where he declared, I'll probably never go back again. All right, so it's got to be bad, guys, if he'll never go back. We talk about the Shill people. We talk about Christian Harloff and how he spent 5 years being a fan. And now John Campea spent all these years and all this money. And guess what? He treated him like everybody else. So, folks, long story short, this is what happens when you shill hard. You're just tossed aside when you're no longer useful. So Campea began detailing his experience, stating that he bought a pair of park hopper tickets and a night at the Grand Californian Resort Hotel that cost him around $1,500. He specifically noted that he wanted to experience the Rise of the Resistance ride and the new Spider-Man ride at Avengers Campus. However, he did not get to experience either. He explained, now in order to do either Resistance or Spider-Man, you have to get into a virtual queue on the day of your ticket. You can't do it in advance for some demonic, idiotic reason. So we get up in time to register for the app for the ride at 7 a.m. And right at 7 a.m. it told us that it is now fully booked.
What? Ah, bitch! Sorry.
He continued. Okay, so already half of our reason for spending $1,500 was gone. Okay, our park hopper tickets don't let us get into the California Adventure Park until 1 p.m., so we attempted the 12 p.m. virtual queue-op opening for the Avengers ride, and you guessed it, at 12 p.m., as we tried to register a spot, it told us it was fully booked. From there, he stated, so we spent $1,500 for nothing. We thought, okay, I just got extremely unlucky. We'll cancel our Disneyland tickets and reschedule them for another day. But guess what? If you want to refund or reschedule your day tickets, you have to do so at least 24 hours in advance. He added, so that means by the time you find out you don't get to use your attraction you went there for, you're too late to get a refund or change dates. Disneyland essentially just told us, we've got your money now, suckers. Campy would also note, so basically you're paying Disneyland for a chance that you might be able to ride your attractions that you went there for the first place and hope to refund or reschedule if you can't. It's a disgrace, and I'll never give another dollar to that racket. Oh, John, you suck.
I could have told him this 2 years ago. Well, it was like a year and a half ago now, roughly. Back in September, I think it was 2019. I went with my family. We went for a month. We went down, and my family have a timeshare down in Florida. We were all hyped up, right? We were assuming this was going to be like a really great experience, and that we were going to get to like do all of the cool, amazing things that you get to do. Yeah, that's my job, Bikosi. Like we were going to get to do all of the cool, amazing things that you assume that you're going to get to do when you go for an experience in Walt Disney World, right? We went to Walt Disney World as opposed to Disneyland, which presumably you would think would do a better job, right? Because it's the higher end park. But no, it was a month, except for the last week, which we spent at Universal, which by the way was wonderful. We had a blast at Universal, going to Harry Potter Land and just getting to see all like Blue. They had Blue at Universal, where you like they have this person who's like in a the raptor suit or whatever, and it's like I'm gonna eat you.
Oh, I thought you were about Blue's Clues. I was like, that would be a stupid.
I thought you were talking about, hey, you're my boy Blue.
I would pay top dollar to see that man at a theme park. When did he die? Like a decade ago?
Yeah, I think so.
Some good animatronics.
It's like Disney's cryogenically frozen body. It's just right there in a cooler for you. But no, like it was really cool at Universal. We had an absolute blast at Universal. We spent 3 weeks being miserable at Walt Disney World. They shuffled us around. And like, this is, congratulations, John. You now know what it feels like to be an everyday, normal, regular, run-of-the-mill visitor to these theme parks, right? You walked in and you didn't get treated like shills get treated. You didn't get treated like the press gets treated. You got treated like every other schlub that walks through and forks over their hard-earned cash to these people who couldn't care less because they feel entitled to your shit. If anyone is entitled around here, it's Disney. They think they own you. They think that they can have whatever they want from you. You forked it over, and you're right. It is. It's an opportunity, a chance that you might get to do the things that you were told you would be able to do if you went to that park. 3 weeks we spent there being shuffled around like lemmings. It was awful. It was absolutely awful.
Yeah, I've never been to any Disneyland, Disney World ever. So I wouldn't know what the experience is like, but walking around in the hot sun, getting shuffled around like lemmings doesn't sound like too much fun.
I mean, it's sort of the mentality of the workers and the mentality of them as an overall experience. You went to Disney, as far as they're concerned, to spend more money. You paid admission to a park to go buy shit. Like
to go buy $10 water bottles, freaking $5 candy bars.
They weren't lying when they said that Galaxy's Edge was an overpriced strip mall. That's essentially what it is. There are no rides. There's like a couple of rides in the entire place. The lines were so long because those are the only things to do, except of course for the bar that you can go sit in, because that belongs in Walt Disney World, 110%. The milk was disgusting. The blue milk
wasn't good.
No, it was hot and gross. Who drinks milk on a hot day? And it's 100.
Ron Burgundy. That's who. It was a bad choice, and it's still a bad choice.
It was awful. It was warm within minutes. Within minutes, this milk was warm, and it was like raspberry flavored. It was berry flavored milk. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. I don't know whose idea that was.
Yeah, it doesn't sound good.
I know whose idea it was, Mary.
Chapek. Wasn't he the head of the parks?
No. Only one man dare gives you the raspberry. Lone Star.
Yeah.
Come on. Spaceballs, man.
Lone Star, yeah.
Wow.
I was sitting there trying to think of his name right when you said that.
You got it.
What the hell is that?
What? Spaceballs?
No, I know that was from Spaceballs as well.
See, we're just fuck the internet. Okay, we're missing the references. I said across the nose, not up it. We clearly have fucked up. So there you go, WTF viewer. Thank you.
Lone Star.
And then he gets hit in the face with the camera. Is that Mel? It may not be Mel Brooks' best movie, but I think it's the best introductory Mel Brooks movie. If you're gonna show a kid, great comedy, start with that one. I think it's got something for everybody.
Yeah, I would agree. My Schwartz is bigger than yours.
It's up for debate. Now they had that thing, the Dink 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 from Spaceballs. How did we end up in Disneyland? Well, there you go. That's what John's campy is. He's ended up in Dink Dink World or whatever. It's all merchandising and bullshit. I'm merchandising. Dude, I go online and see people post like the prices for Disneyland and Disney World, and I'm like, why? I never understood the appeal of paying like $100 and something to go to a theme park. I guess because I'm from Ohio, where we have Kings Island and we also have Cedar Point. So theme parks.
I've been to both of those great parks.
Yeah.
Okay, so you understand where I'm coming from with this point, though. Theme parks should be about great rides, not about walking around and looking at dumb shit. Like all the Disney stuff to me, it's like you spend all this money to like, oh, we went and we saw Mickey and ate a $40, turkey leg. It's like if I go to a theme park, I want to ride the craziest roller coasters and do all the craziest shit. I'm all about the attractions. And you go and I've been to Disney World in the 90s, and you go and the rides were whatever. It's like, I went and saw this, or I rode a teacup. It was like very low impact, low adrenaline, low T theme park. I always wanted that like balls to the wall. Oh my God, I could die on this one.
I'm gonna level with you here, Jeff. I loved the Disney experience. I went as a 12-year-old girl for my first experience, but then every other experience that I've had, and I've been to Disney, I think 4 or 5 times in my total life. Every other time has been as an adult, and one of them was in Tokyo, Japan. And so I've always enjoyed, except for this past experience, I've always enjoyed Disney because there was an element of magic to it, and it felt magical. It was very immersive, right? There was multiple moments where something would happen where you would begin to realize that you were in fact walking around a park because the reality of the world would weigh in around you. I think it was the time before the last time that I went. I got these like leg warmers, these really cute, like fluffy white light up leg warmers that were just so cool and so exciting. And I was expecting to have the same experience that I had as a kid, which was when the toy that I bought broke. I went to take it back and go, hey, can you replace this? Because I bought it here and I bought it here recently. And I would expect for this to work for more than a day, for them to do what they did with the little light up thingy that I got when I was a kid. And that's replace it. Because when I was a kid, they were like, oh yeah, no big deal. Yeah, absolutely. Here's a new one. No problem. And then the reality of the world around me didn't have to weigh in on me, right? Because the illusion was still maintained. Because that was the priority of Disney as a kid, was the illusion was maintained at all times, right? You were in a place magical where nothing could break, nothing could be wrong, nothing could go badly, right? But as an adult, I go and I'm like, hey, this thing that I just bought from you broke. And this woman gives me a hell of a time. Well, when did you buy it? Yesterday. Well, what did you do to it? Nothing. I wore it. Well, I'm not sure that I can do that. We'll do it for you this one time. Lady, this thing was $20. They're little light up leg warmers. This is not supposed to be broken this quickly. What are you doing here? This is an illusion that should be maintained. You are the most happy, magical place on earth. You're charging. Look at these prices.
$104 for one day, $118 a day for 2 days. And the more you go, the more I guess you save. Oh, wow, if I go to Disney for 5 fucking days, I can go for $72. Dude, what is there for that many days in a row? I've had a Kings Island pass. I didn't go but once in a week. I couldn't imagine going 5 fucking days to a theme park. What is there that is that big that it takes 5 days? It's bullshit.
Well, the reason it takes so long is because of the lines. Because you spend hours in lines.
See, the last time I went to Cedar Point, we actually stayed at the hotel at the theme park at Cedar Point, and we got the fast passes. If you don't do that, like it's almost not even worth going, in my opinion, because those fast passes, man, that cuts your wait time down huge. And I don't know if Disney does fast passes or not, but
Oh yeah, they did.
do they? Okay.
Well, they did. They've switched it now.
Oh
to that,
to the virtual queue. Yeah,
which
the
is
virtual queue.
horseshit.
Yeah, and the thing is, when Campy was talking in that video, like that doesn't make a whole lot of sense from their point to where, I mean, on one side I kind of get it, but to not be able to jump in the queue to find out if an attraction that you are wanting to go there for the specific reason of checking out isn't available. I mean, you should be able to jump in that queue, and then of course if you don't use your tickets or you got to get it refunded, of course they'll pull you out of the queue, but you should at least know that information before booking, because a lot of these people are traveling from out of town and you know, are booking airfare or driving cross country or whatever. It's like Wally World, you know, like going cross country, you show up and you find out the park's closed, you know. Except for in this case, the ride that you wanted to ride is unavailable for you to even be able to ride.
And that is a weird point that he made. Look, I'm hard pressed to want to agree with John Campea about anything, but look, I mean, when you're right, you're right. And the fact of the matter is that if you purchase tickets weeks in advance, you should be able to add your name to a virtual queue for that day, right? Yeah. You should be allowed to do that. You purchased the ticket that day, you know you are going to, and look, even if they want to, like, say, put a capacity on that, right? Like, okay, so you can have only so many early before day of virtual queues that you can add on to your ticket, right? But it should come with a few, that if there's something that you are going to this place to specifically go to, right, some specific attraction that you are going to visit, then you should be able to have at least a certain amount of that attached to a ticket that you can book ahead of time if you're going to do a virtual queue. We never had this problem with fast passes. We never had this problem.
I think it's funny that it happened to him of all people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
If karma is real, she reached out and smacked him in the fucking face for all the dumb crap that this guy says about fans and all the dumb shit he says about people that don't like Disney. Dude, you just got dicked by the people whose dick you've been sucking the whole time. So, I understand that he did get screwed over and that in the grand scheme of things from business, he should be able to get what he paid for, this, that, and the other. I just like to take a moment to say, ha. It never paid to kiss these corporations' asses because you're just dollar signs. And speaking of dollar signs, $935 a night
Jesus.
for a fucking hotel in Las Vegas is way nicer and way cooler and way cheaper. And we'll be there, folks.
$900 a night for a downtown Disney view. For a glorified shopping mall view, it's $900 a night.
Yeah. I'll actually be in Vegas in August.
Hell yeah, man. I'll be there. I'm going to see if the guys from WCBS want to show up. It looks like Nick wants to. So if enough people show interest, we'll be there. But
are you going in August too for the?
Oh yeah, this is all during the meetup we're talking about.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be there 100% for the August meetup for the fans. But there will be there's possibly more YouTubers coming. So folks, just keep watching, keep spreading the word, let people know that we're going to be there.
Yeah. I'm booking my airfare and probably getting a B&B instead of a hotel room here in like the next 2 weeks. The 30th is when I'm booking all my travel stuff for it.
Part of me wants to get like this, like a dumb room on the Strip, but then part of me is like, no, don't. I wish safety wasn't a thing. I'd be like, we'll just get a party room for everybody just to come up and hang out with us. But like, if you put out your private information on the internet, it just never works out. So we'll be at the meetup, folks. We'll be at the meetup.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm not gonna lie, I would be that jackass who would be like, party, just have everybody.
That would be me 100%. And that's one of the reasons why I'm getting thinking about getting a condo out there that's got like a living room, kitchen, multiple bedrooms, that sort of thing. So after the meetup, if people want to come hang out afterwards or whatnot, there's a place for everybody to go hang out or whatnot.
That was one of the things I loved about my parents' timeshare, was because you felt like you were basically staying in a little house, right? Or like a condo or a townhouse or whatever.
Yep.
But like, I never understood this notion of why you would go anywhere to like I don't care if it is Disney, and go spend $900 on a hotel room when you could do a timeshare, right? Like you could do a timeshare cheaper.
Yeah,
all
way
day,
cheaper.
day. A night. Are you kidding me? You would spend almost $2,000 for 2 nights. You can get a timeshare for just way cheaper, and you could literally pay for it for years.
Mary?
Yeah.
My first car cost the equivalent of a 1-night stay at this hotel.
Wow.
My 1993 Toyota Camry cost this. This is before taxes and everything. So it's probably more expensive to spend a night in this Disney hotel than the car I had for a couple years. Now I don't care if people want to spend that. Awesome, but I'm looking through it, and from a value standpoint, this room doesn't look amazing.
No, it's just a normal hotel room. You could go to a Marriott.
It is a Marriott. Look at this little shitty Keurig.
Yeah.
Oh my
look,
God.
they got USB outlets. They upgraded.
2018. Like, oh my God, they're standardized. Each room is designed with you in mind. Well, the beds better be fucking long because I'm tall.
Yeah. I mean, even if I just had tons of just expendable cash to just blow, I still would hate to pay that much for that room. It just doesn't seem like a good deal at all. That much money for,
it's not.
for that.
They know it's not a good deal. But not only is it not a good deal, it feels exploitative. It's like, dude, we drove for about, I want to say 15 minutes to get from the timeshare to Disney. Like, seriously, you can't come up with that extra 15 minutes. It's worth it to save thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And it's not like we didn't stay somewhere nice. It was a timeshare. It was gorgeous, right? It was gorgeous and huge. And there was a pool right outside of the room, as well as a jacuzzi, right? Like the whole thing was just absolutely lovely and wonderful. And you're telling me that staying on Disney property somehow makes it worth this? No, it's not. It's exploitative. It's disgusting.
Okay. So I went just for the hell of it. I went to Expedia to see, Vegas. So a Grand King suite in Las Vegas at the Venetian Hotel, and I'm going to show pictures just for comparison. It's expensive. It's $400 a night, $414, but you're not even paying for the same level of shit at Disney. That looks like a Marriott. This looks like a lot cooler.
Oh, wow.
That's way more fancy.
Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a nice place. Yeah. That's great. Oh, I mean, yeah. Oh my God, that looks like the timeshare. That's amazing. All the different rooms. I actually had like an in-room jacuzzi. Wow, that looks great. So
for 400 for even less than more than half off of what that Disney room would cost, you could get something like that in Vegas. I mean, it's a no-brainer. Vegas is the place to go, not Disney, people.
I just wanted to show the comparison to people, because it's when you talk about brand dollar, you really are paying for the Disney name. You're not paying for this wonderful experience. You're not going to go there and go, wow, man, that was the nicest place I ever stayed, or the coolest shit, or the best food I ever ate. It's like, I ate like regular quality hotel food with Mickey Mouse. Awesome. I once paid for a premium WWE breakfast experience. It was hotel food with wrestlers. That's all this shit ever is, and that's fine. It's cool. I was happy with it, but like, I didn't get this world-class thing, so whatever.
You got world-class bullshit? Is that what you got?
Yeah.
I'll be here all night, guys.
I don't have a button for you yet, Mary, but we'll use this one.
Yeah! Oh, that feels right. That feels in keeping. I like it.
I got this one for Dion to scare him.
Oh, wow. That's all the sense in the world.
I don't like the Spider-Man one, but I do like this one.
Why do you want to hurt me?
How do you get those on screen?
I want to hurt you, Mary.
All right, so I'm going to go get a wine cooler.
All right, have one for me, Mary. Nick, you just upload GIFs into the overlay tab here on StreamYards.
Oh, overlay. Okay, all right. Yeah, because we got the paid version, but Coach normally does all that stuff, running things behind the background. But I did it last night when I did a stream. that he couldn't make it to, and then I'm gonna have to do the
I hit my knee.
Saturdays. So, yeah, I'll have to play around with that. That's cool.
All right. So, is there anything else you guys would like to say about the John Campea Disney stuff before we move on to our bigger segments tonight?
Sure. I got to experience. I got one interaction with John Campea in my whole life so far, and that was when I was over on Anna's channel to do like my force interview thing that I did with her, and he was not a complete asshole in the chat. That being said, he has been a complete asshole. What am I in training for? What is that? What am I in training for?
I
understood the context a second ago, and I forgot. Shit, it was good too. Fuck.
Still in training for the High Council for being here.
No, something else, because it was in context that I clicked on it. Now I'm like, oh yeah, duh, I forgot. I'll remember it in a minute, Mary.
Does it have something to do with being mortified by a constant barrage of horror imagery that you send to me? That might be it.
Why do you tell the people I'm sending you? Look, it's just from the movie Hellraiser, Mary. It's not that offensive. It's rated R for a reason.
No, I lost my. Okay, so not that I've ever had like a massive amount of horrible interactions with John Campea myself, but I've been privy to the shitload of crap that he pulls on other people on a regular basis and the way that he disrespects and mistreats people. And it's just kind of really, really satisfying as a non-Disney shill to watch what happens when a Disney shill gets treated like everyone else. Congratulations. You never spoke for us before. Nope. But now you've had this experience. You think that you get to speak for us? No. Turns out you've ruined that. You're an asshat. We don't like you. Go away.
Hey, real quick, hold the train of thought. Donald Camp, if you're still here. And if you're still here as well, the email is still worldclassbs@mail.com. We have not updated the WCBS website thing, but we will. I keep telling people we will, but we will. But yeah, you can email that, or I think there's WCBScomics@gmail.com if you have any questions. Another way to contact us. So thank you. But Mary, I didn't mean to cut you off. Continue.
No,
I just know if
sorry.
somebody's going to watch at a later date, they can at least figure out the timestamp instead of waiting for super long.
No, I was done. We're good. No, suck it. That's all I was going to say. John Campea, suck it. Cool. Suck it.
Yeah, I actually got some interesting tidbit on all this, but I can't say anything about it live, so I'll tell you guys about it. Remind me after the end of the show.
Sweet. Sorry. Well, Jeff, there's a little bit of feedback. Can you hear that as well, Nick?
A little bit might be coming from Nick's headphones when I'm talking.
I think I hear it when I talk. I hear.
When you talk?
Yeah, so I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah, I can still hear it. I got an idea how we can check. You can mute us individually, and we can see where it's coming from.
Okay, so I'm gonna mute Mary. Is there any echo?
Testing. Hello.
All right, Nick, I'm gonna mute you. And the
echo's gone. Yeah, Nick. Oh, that's so weird because he's wearing headphones too.
Yeah. I mean, the Death Star must have really shit acoustics. I understand.
I knew it. Yeah.
Hang on. Let me see. Let me look at my audio settings.
Well, if you want to take a minute and do that, we're going to check in with the audience. So let us see what's up with the Super Chat.
Shit, yeah, we got to get paid. And on that note, we cue the music. Matt. Matt, meow.
I love it so much.
Is that any better?
Let's hear it.
I think so.
I don't hear anything now.
I don't hear. I hear like here there, but it's not bad at all. Much better.
Okay. I just turned on echo cancellation.
Our first shout out of the evening comes from our friend Cesario Japan, who says 8-hour super chat. So thank you, Cesario Japan, for being here 8 hours ago. I saw that as you posted it, actually. I went to go share the URL. So I was like, cool. So, folks, I just posted the stream super early. So thank you, Cesario Japan, for being here super early. You're the first person who checked in. He also says, Cesario Japan says,
Buffalo Jeff body pillow is only $666. You can lie with me forever.
This is fine.
All right.
This is fine. This is fine. I'm fine.
Is it a crime if I kill you with my voice over the internet?
I feel like I'm made of sturdier stuff than that every other moment until you start speaking. And then
We'll find out how sturdy your stuff is.
I don't even have my teddy bear.
Hey, you know what, Mary? You don't need a teddy bear. You know what you need to get? You need to get yourself this awesome high council pillow that I got for my office. I mean, it's got Buffalo Jeff. Essentially, that's Ethan. It's essentially got me on the thing.
This is
There you
hot
go.
shit, Jeff, and you know it.
What?
It's not helpful if the body thing that I'm hugging has the face of the guy who was torturing me on it.
World-class bullshitters.
I'm just showing Ethan's forehead. That's not even scary anymore.
Well, it depends on how, like if you're zoomed in on the forehead.
There we go. We'll just look at Jeremy. He looks angry and pensive.
But he looks so angry. He looks so
He always
angry.
looks angry. You've never met him in person, have you?
Not in person, no.
He just, his expression didn't change the whole time. Did we share a meal together? No. He was in a rush. When he came over to the hotel room, it's like, you ever like, I don't know, see something on TV and then you see it in the real world and it's exactly like you think it would be?
See, I always thought of it as like resting bitch face for men.
Maybe, but it was just so weird meeting him because it was like I saw the guy on the internet cut out and put right in front of me. Like he lives the gimmick 24/7. So
He is what he presents himself to be.
Yep.
Yeah, I actually passed him at the convention before the meetup even happened. And I was like, I walked by and I was like, fuck you, Jeremy.
I'm sure he
He
loved
was
that.
like, oh, hey, what's up?
The last millennial had just sent in a super chat about that. It says, I see you guys don't like John Campy. How do you feel about Geeks and Gamers or the Quartering? I love Jeremy, but I don't know Geeks and Gamers very well. Yeah, so Jeremy and I used to stream together on the High Council every week, way back in the early days of the show. So yeah, I definitely know about Geeks and Gamers, and for years now, known him. That's who we were talking about a second ago. Jeremy from the Quartering's cool. Actually, we were on an episode of the High Council together. We streamed together, and yeah, that was about it. But awesome for him. And then I don't know any of the other members from the Geeks and Gamers team. So that's the best answer I could give you, the last millennial, because I just know Jeremy personally. And like I said, when you see him in person, he had the headphones and the T-shirt and everything. I'm like, all right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just wanted to scream video into his face, but I didn't.
Weren't you part of the Geeks and Gamers team, Mary? Are you still doing stuff with them?
Yeah, I was part of it for about a year or so. Yeah.
Are you still doing stuff with them?
No, I stepped away for a bit.
Oh, okay.
I can step in if you'd like.
I'm good. Okay, I'm going to get the teddy bear. The alcohol's not enough. I'm going to need the teddy bear now. This is fun.
Yakase, thank you very much. But first, I got to read the super chat from SH Rebel Zoid, who says, "Get Mary either a Buffalo Jeff body pillow or the horse body pillow." I think Buffalo Jeff should ride a horse.
Yeah.
I'll turn Buffalo Jeff into this like weird cowboy outlaw.
And the world's scariest voice.
He's like an immortal. Oh my god! I just really ripped and write this shit. It'll sell. SH Rebels 08, thank you very much. Yakase says, Mary, always making it weird.
Yeah, that's my job. It's literally the only reason to bring me around.
True. We have a contract. We know it's up. We have an agreement. We know exactly everything.
I'm not signing shit, Jeff. I'm not signing shit.
You had to sign it in blood.
I was just about to say, Mary, that's exactly what you have to sign it in. So you don't get off light here. I'm harder to deal with than Satan. Believe all the shit you hear about.
I know Satan. Satan is a personal friend of mine. You, sir, are no Satan.
Oh, thank God. Immortal Coil, you must be able to read mine. It says Mary should sell Plank Brie Larson body pillows.
I'm not doing
Mary, I actually took the initiative for you. I have your body pillows lined up. I'll just hit live, and here's the Brie Larson body pillow ready to sell.
Yeah,
How big
easy.
do we go?
I feel like this is rude though, right? Like, because it's a little bit more lively than actual Brie Larson. I feel like that's a misrepresentation.
It's got more color, is what you're saying?
It's far more interactive and engaging, and I just think that that's altogether disingenuous, and we shouldn't be mistreating people that way.
I love the beautiful wood grain. It's nice to look at.
Yeah. It's like there are even like circles on the edge there. Like you could almost see an eye at the end looking into your soul, Brie Larson.
Yeah, it's looking at you.
Yeah.
You shouldn't talk to me like that. That's kind of scary now. You found my Buffalo Jeff.
It's rude.
Oh man, this is a burn. This is more of a Kristen Stewart plank, says Hargrave Productions.
Wow. I don't know which I like less. Honestly, Kristen Stewart's a little less annoying because she's a little, at least when she talks, she just kind of mumbles, so you can't always make out everything she's saying, so you can pretend it's other stuff. Brie Larson enunciates her jackassery.
I don't have any issues with Kristen Stewart because, one, I never watched a Twilight movie, so I didn't get burned by those. And then the stuff I've seen her in, she's fine. She's was it American Ultra? I really liked that movie. I thought she did a good job. Underwater, I saw that right before the world shut down. Fell asleep, but would still give it another shot. So Brie Larson. See, this is the weird part. If Brie Larson had never played Captain Marvel and done any of the things she did or said, I probably would have still liked her because of 21 Jump Street. But now she's just the worst. So
I completely forgot she was in 21 Jump Street. God, I ain't seen that movie in forever. Yeah,
it breaks my heart that she's changed. Actually, I don't give a shit. So let's see. We have a few more, and then we're going to jump into our next segment. Thank you very much, folks. We will read all these tonight. Wolf's Pain says, "Hail, I was just thinking about Velma's race change today, and I thought, why stop there? Let's make Shaggy black. He already has the weed and the munchies. Just change Scoob into a pit bull, and we're good." Let's talk about this for a moment, because I say this about a lot of fictional characters. Every character is someone's favorite character. So we have now reached a point where they're changing up Velma from Scooby-Doo, and people care. And the reason I'm taking this time, with the super chat on top of that is because this keeps coming up. There are issues, there are things that are relevant. If people send me one message and we talk about it on a show, the word gets around and that's it. This is something that keeps popping up, this specific one. And I'm going to give the same answer I give about other ones, but a little different way. You got to keep these characters the same. With the Scooby-Doo gang, they're all iconic imagery. They have been making the same looking Scooby-Doo cartoons for 50 plus years. Even when they tried to update it, they still look like the gang, even though I wasn't a fan. So any kind of change like this, 1, screams stupidity, 2, screams pointlessness, and 3, it's looking to draw attention to a project that was already going to have enough attention, because Scooby-Doo maybe wasn't my cup of tea anymore, but it never stopped. I think they produced Scooby-Doo nonstop.
Oh yeah,
in the 80s, whenever there was a revival or some shit, or maybe the movies never stopped. But my point is, Scooby-Doo has been Hanna-Barbera's. Now that's their top one, bigger than the Flintstones, bigger than the Jetsons, bigger than all of those. I don't see the purpose of doing this. Now, if you're going to take it to the nth degree, yeah, you should change them all up. If you have Shaggy be a black, I have him voiced by Shaggy the singer. And then, you can play into all the Rastafarian stereotypes. And where's the real question I think you're asking, Wolf's Pain, is where do you draw the line? And I think they've already stepped over the line, so you can't move the goalpost. It's just, well, fuck it. Let's just let it all burn. That's what I see about this.
Can I ask a question? And this is just how it's always appeared to me. I always thought Velma was a redhead. With the freckles, the super pale skin, the darker red hair, but she always seemed like a redhead to me. I've never understood this shift to having her be more of a brunette, and now she's Hispanic, and I'm just sort of over here is this the millionth redhead that we're just gonna completely screw over in terms?
The gingers get no love.
Gingers get screwed every which way to Sunday. Am I crazy, or is she a redhead? I always thought she was a redhead. With the freckles.
I always thought she had reddish hair.
Yeah,
it was a reddish brown.
Yeah, like a dark red, but with the freckles, I always thought she was a ginger. That's just always the impression that I got from Velma, was that she and Daphne were both gingers, and that just happened. And they were just different colored gingers, right? They were different ends of that spectrum, if you will. So I just ginger's right. This just feels like another instance where redheads get screwed. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I completely misread that. But I had always grown up thinking that Velma was a redhead, and this felt like another one of those instances where the redheads get screwed.
Never mind. Nick has ruined me when you said the redhead gets screwed all his Scooby. Nick, I shouldn't play up your spot like that on the show. I'll wait for you to do it on this podcast. But they had the adaptation right the first time. I don't really like the Scooby-Doo movie, but I went and saw it as a kid. They look like the gang.
Sure.
Yeah.
Have the fucking costumes and shit. I know this isn't a good meter stick for this, but if you're going to adapt a cartoon or anything that's iconic and just because of the way it looks, it comes from a visual medium, you should always stick to it and find a way to modernize it. For everyone that says, oh no, change it, Iron Man. The first Iron Man movie looks very much like Adi Granoff artwork. It looks very much like a comic book. And guess what? The MCU was built from that shit. Let's not be embarrassed or change things for pointless reasons. And like I said at the beginning of this little soliloquy, every character is someone's favorite character. People care. It's never going to turn out good. You can't, we're just going to sneak this one in. No. Write a new character. Make I don't know, give Shaggy a girlfriend. Have her hang out with the gang.
It's not like they haven't added, characters to the Scooby-Doo gang before, right? Like Scrappy, as much as everybody hated Scrappy, right? Like he got added in. He wasn't an original character, right? You've added characters in before. What's the difference now? Add a scrappy new young Hispanic to the team who's looking to make her mark on the world, right? Like maybe she's super into the paranormal stuff, right? Like maybe because I don't think that we've come from that aspect, right? Like you've got Velma who's super sciencey, Daphne who's sort of a ditz, Shaggy's the stoner, and frickin' Fred's kind of like the jock, right? Well, have somebody who's going to be like an Area 51 kind of conspiracy theorist come into the group. It's not like there's no other angle to approach this from, right? It's not like there's nothing else that could be added of value here. Add another team member. It could be fun. It could be super fun. You know what they did when I was a little girl? I remember this. I watched the Ninja Turtles. They had this show, right? Where they added a female turtle. Her name was Venus. I was so excited, right? They didn't make Michelangelo a chick and give him, turtle tits. They added a girl. And I was happy. And it was stupid and it was dumb, but they tried.
Venus and Milo, the turtle?
Venus, yes. Remember? Do you remember that?
Mary, I watched that show maybe 3 or 4 times, and then I think I said some things about the Ninja Turtles that I won't repeat here on air.
It was stupid, but they tried. They tried, right? So give it a go. Make it a good character. Make a new character, right? Don't slap some tits on another character and call it a thing. Don't slap some darker skin on another person and call them that thing. Give it a go. Try a new character.
I understand a company that wants to have, we have HBO Max. We want to have a Scooby-Doo property as a flagship thing. Okay, sure. Well, this is kind of a stupid foot to start off on because, people are going to sign up for the familiarity of the characters. Like if I don't know, let's say I had a streaming service. I'm like, guys, we're going to have Ninja Turtles on ours. And it's like that stupid live action one only. Like we have the rights for the other ones. We just only put those ones out. Like they're just deterring people. Possibly. I already have HBO Max, so I wasn't going to watch this show. But it all stems from everything today is branding. When you rebrand or change, you make your brand weaker, less identifiable, less trustworthy, therefore less valuable. There you go. I don't get why that's a hard thing for a company to understand. It seems minuscule to some, but to some people, it's enough to cancel a subscription. And hey, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. They have the right to do that. Some may say it's extreme. Some may it's not extreme enough. But hey, can't judge. Let people do what they want to do with the information that is out there. So that was a long answer to that super chat. Anything else you guys want to add?
I actually liked Scrappy too growing up as a kid.
Nick, you bastard.
I did. I liked Scrappy.
Why? What? He was like he was like as annoying as freaking Luke Skywalker at the beginning of A New Hope. Only worse.
I don't know. I I don't know why I liked him as a character as a kid, because my memory is shit thinking that far back. But I remember when those episodes started coming out and he was in there. He was sort of like the character that was just had balls, and would just do anything. Everyone else was like scared and stuff, and he would go straight in and just.
He had puppy power.
Yeah, he had the puppy power, man.
I have a theory for you, Nick. I think I know why.
Why?
So when I was a little girl, I used to watch a show called Power Rangers, which I'm sure everybody's pretty familiar with, right? And then they started switching through the seasons, and they shifted it to a time frame where it was like Turbo, right? And our Blue Ranger got Rocky was his name. He was being shifted out, and we got a new Blue Ranger, and the new Blue Ranger was a kid. All right. Now, never mind. You remember that? Never mind that it didn't make any damn sense to have this kid running around with a bunch of teenagers, that he was like emotionally or mentally capable of doing the same kind of ass kicking that these teenagers were doing. Never mind that he was annoying as fuck. I loved him as a kid, and I'll tell you why. Because he was a kid too.
Hey.
No, Mary.
What?
He sucked. I was a kid too. I looked at Justin. I was like, look at this bullheaded. Fuck this kid. He was stupid.
He was stupid. I know that now, but as a kid, I liked him. As a kid, I was like, oh, it's another kid, right? Like, I can do it too. Yeah. I think that's why. I think that was the appeal, was that I sort of saw myself, like, put myself in his shoes. I'm so glad you knew what I was talking about, though.
Oh God, I knew because what stuck out to me back then was the fact that he like morphed and then grew into an adult.
Yeah.
But then when he took his helmet off, he shrunk into a kid with a kid-sized helmet and a kid-sized gun. And what the hell? I will buy a lot. Was it verisimilitude? Is how Richard Donner liked to produce the Superman film. I believe that these teenagers hang out and morph and fight monsters from space. But a little kid doing it with them, like, I can't buy that the Power Rangers would tolerate this kid. They couldn't tolerate Bulk and Skull, and they weren't that fucking bad in hindsight. They were just looking for friends. That I should write a video. That's what I'll do when I get bored one day and have the time. Why Bulk and Skull were the true heroes of Power Rangers, and give you 15 reasons why the Power Rangers, examples when they fucking bullied them, and how all they wanted was attention. It'd be a dumb video, but it'd probably get a lot of views. So,
yeah. No, I agree with that. Bulk and Skull were like consistently heroic throughout that show. In weird ways. They did a lot of, like, they had their moments. The movie
was theirs.
Yeah.
Let me get this.
So yeah, when that show came out, I was actually in high school, chasing girls and hanging out and driving. So when Power Rangers came out, like, I just thought it was a complete cringe show. Like, I hated the Power Rangers. but if that show would have came out when I was a kid,
but you liked Scrappy.
Exactly. If that show would have came out when I was a kid, I probably would have liked Power Rangers too. I think that's where a lot of the generational stuff comes in, because like when last time we had Robert Meyer Burnett on our show, he was trashing on Jedi and the Ewoks and stuff. Well, that movie came out when I was like 4 or 5 years old, so I like the Ewoks, and to this day, I have no issue with them. But I see people's point of that don't older people that don't like the Ewoks.
This was the show of the 90s.
It was.
There's only one other kids property that I would argue was as big in the 90s, and that'd be Pokemon at the very fucking end.
I liked Pokemon too.
Yeah, see, I didn't. That was all. That came way after I kind of got out of that stuff. The only thing I did get into while I was in high school that was a kids thing, funny story, how this happened too, was Dragon Ball Z. And the only reason I got into that was because my brother watched that show, he's like 6 years younger than me. So he watched Dragon Ball Z, and me and Coach used to make fun of him and his Dragon Ball Z stuff all the time. Well, one day he was watching in his room. I'm like, oh my God, Dragon Ball. So what is the show? Explain this to me. Like Japanese anime, like, because we'd always make fun of them. I actually started watching it and I was like, man, this is actually pretty good. And then I watched every single episode.
You get hooked into these things.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this actually. Was it this morning? I watched an episode of. I had an episode of Power Rangers on when I was making coffee for some reason, but I was thinking about it. It's just the way the Japanese produce action that really hooks your eye from any age that their shows are geared towards. Because I was watching. I know this sounds dumb by today's standards, but some of the action shots from this show were pretty dynamic. I was like, oh, okay, that looks cool. This looks cool. You weren't seeing stuff like that before, and I think that works for most of their like groundbreaking entertainment. Like, oh, when you first see Akira or Dragon Ball Z or something, you get hooked at how they produce this. You know, oh, you're seeing two dudes fight. I've seen Superman fight bad guys before, but you've never seen shit like this. So it was, their take on these traditional things have always been entertaining, and I think that's why kids will always go to that or gravitate towards that, especially now that anime and manga are just as popular as American comic books and cartoons everywhere else.
Yeah, yeah. They're doing way better than Marvel and DC are right now.
Sure. Yeah.
I did better than Marvel and DC.
You're not wrong.
I wish I had their numbers, but like, yeah, we beat one of their things, so I'm happy with that. Now, Golgari Pimp says, "Don't lie, you wanted to be Tommy like the rest of us." When we hit 200K, I'm going to have the push for the end of this year. I'll release the photo of me dressed as the White Ranger from when I was a kid. That'll be
That's exciting.
Jason loyalist.
Well, Tommy took over.
Jesse's a Jason loyalist.
Jason loyalist. That's nice.
I mean, I'm not mad at you, girl, but I mean, like, I love Tommy too, though. I really wanted Kimberly and Tommy to be a thing.
Slave to the white man.
I did, from the little bit that I saw of the Power Rangers show, I did think that the Kimberly chick was pretty hot, though.
Kelly, something Joe.
Amy Jo Johnston.
Amy Jo Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remembered stuff. Yay!
It was a wonderful time to be a child, Mary, was it?
It
not?
was, man. You go outside. You know, you play till the street lights come on. You come in. You scarf down dinner. You know, you wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning when your parents are still in bed. You raid the cabinet for the cereal and you plop yourself down in front of the TV and you watch all the cartoons until like 1 o'clock. Cartoons. Yes, it was a hell of a time to be a kid. Now they can watch it whenever they want. They don't appreciate it.
Yeah, Saturday morning cartoons. That was always the thing growing up. Every Saturday morning, it's like Saturday morning cartoon time. You know,
hell yeah.
And the USA Cartoon Express.
I remember that one.
Yeah, with all the Hanna-Barbera stuff and everything. Like, that was when I grew up because watching a lot of cartoons was during that time in the early 80s.
Darkwing Duck, when there's trouble, you call to Duck.
I want to have a debate. I want to do a generational debate. 80s kids versus 90s kids. Who had it better? And we'd pick like, you know, we had more than just the 3 channels, but we had the bigger, you know, the cartoons that had the movies and this and that. So it'd just be a fun debate because.
Oh, I'd love that.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a blast.
You know what? I'll do it. I'm booking it here on the channel. Nick, I'll talk to you when that happens. Obviously, right. Mary will be talking to you too. I'll get a bunch of people involved. I think that'd be a lot of fun to have, you know, 80s versus 90s kids.
Yeah, I love it.
Come on, I automatically win. X-Men. I automatically win. Bam.
See, and the thing is, I did watch a lot of stuff in the 90s because the early 90s I was in middle school, so I watched Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I watched X-Men, the animated series, Batman, the animated series. You know, once those shows kind of had their run, is kind of when I was going into high school and kind of getting out of all that stuff and was kind of, you know, chasing Muff around and all that sort of stuff. A lot of that stuff I never did get into, such as Power Rangers. And
I was 5 years old, 4 going on 5 when that show debuted, and then that Christmas I got every toy, and so that was just like that perfect window of childhood that was never topped, even from Star Wars. For as much as I love to talk about, it was great to be a Star Wars kid and have the lightsabers and go in the backyard and have the adventures and all that fun stuff. It was cool to be a Power Ranger in the 90s. Like,
I had a Kimberly and Trini doll. I had Kimberly and Trini dolls. Their hair was glorious. Their helmets did not fit.
I remember those because my mom bought those for her. She's like, oh, I like dolls and you like Power Rangers. I'll buy these and put them up. And I had the regular sized action
figures. Yeah.
I liked the first set that were the 8-inch ones with like the articulated fingers and all the like everything moved on them, which was cool. And then the automorph and flip head ones were neat, and I had all those too. But that first series where they were just super giant, they were fun. Oh man. The point I was getting though about the generational thing is it's kind of sad. A few years ago, maybe it was a decade, I guess now, they signed something to end Saturday morning cartoons, which really sucks because that was that weird, like no matter how old you were, like that was just that thing you did. You knew about the Saturday morning cartoon. So taking that away, we're now living in the era where the kids don't know that joy. It's like, oh, I can watch everything every day on Netflix, but always having access to it,
it depreciates it.
Well, yeah,
it appreciates it so much.
I waited a year for the new season to drop, and then I binged it. Yeah, but it was so much more fun when you waited each week to see the fucking Green Ranger. Well, Green Ranger saga was every day, but like other cartoons were weekly, and X-Men, some of those were weekly.
Yeah, Batman, Batman got to be like weekly when I got a little bit older, but I remember it being a Saturday morning thing for a while there. And honestly, I agree with you. When you have something that you look forward to, right? It's that thing that kind of gets you through the week. People, and God, I sound like an old, like, oh my God, like I know that, but I also understand the difference between like what it means to have something to pull you through that week, right? Like when you got just shit going on, I hate school, I hate this, I hate that, blah, 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 right? That thing that you look forward to that kind of drives you through the week, that pivotal, like, or that point in the future that you can strive towards, that was worth something, right? Even if that seems minuscule, right? Having that thing that you're just pushing to get to is something that kind of, I think, keeps your head above the water, you know? At least I don't know. That's my perspective now, and as an adult. I mean, maybe as a kid, obviously the problems weren't as big, but like it was just that thing that you really looked forward to.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
One Saturday morning on ABC, you had Fox Kids, Kids WB, like
Recess.
Somebody earlier said, "Oh, they had cartoons for boys and girls." Like Pepper Ann was a great show.
Pepper Ann, The Weekenders was a great show. I remember
all these.
Great shows.
The cool part is when you go back and watch some of them, they don't age as poorly as they should. Some of them hold up. You're like, oh, wow, they had some pretty decent messages in this show, or whatever. This was a really cool parody of this. I don't see a lot of that now, and it's all this weird corporate homogenization. I actually talked to somebody that backed up what I thought was true the whole time. These companies just came in and made everything sucky and generic and bland. That's what it is, folks. What's the influx of the SJW Entertainment corporations? Heard it firsthand. So all of this stuff lacks that flavor, that life, that zest, that originality. It used to be. The internet's awesome, and I would never want to go back to the way things were before the internet. Oh, I got to take your word for it or look it up in a book. There are cool things. There are a lot of benefits, but there are a lot of things that we've lost. And I think in a roundabout way, what I'm getting at is we've lost our attention spans collectively. Like nobody is trained to wait for anything. It's instant gratification, nonstop coming at you, jump to this, jump to that. You lose stuff. When you don't have the instant gratification and you're hooked on something, you wait, and the anticipation makes it that much sweeter. I mean, I could imagine waiting all those years between Avengers movies was awesome. If I would have got all 20 whatever MCU movies in 2 years, I'd have been burnt out and done.
Yeah.
Waiting 2 movies a year was fucking
speculating, cool. Theorizing. The wait is fun. It's part of the fun of it.
Yeah. The engagement that it causes back and forth between yourself and other people, it honestly is a catalyst to so many wonderful conversations that you get to have with like-minded people. You find out who your friends are, right? You find out where you belong. You find out what part of the world you want to exist in, right? Like it's how you figure out that you're going to be over in that corner of Comic-Con when you go, as opposed to that one. You know, it's how you it's how you discover yourself. You know, that wait time is the time you need to process stuff just as a human.
Yeah, that's one reason why I wish that Netflix would change the Cobra Kai series to weekly instead of dropping it all at once. Because I love the Cobra Kai series, but man, it's hard to binge that and then to try to do reviews of it on the channel without
can't. It dies so quickly.
Yeah, because we were going to do a review of it, but we're like, spoilers. Like people haven't had time to watch it, and then by the time enough time's passed, it's like it's old news.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it really only you get a couple of weeks at most discussion out of Cobra Kai, which is an amazing series, by the way. For people who haven't seen it, Cobra Kai is the example of how to take something old and make it new, of how to respect existing characters and introduce new ones. Right? That's the standard for me on how one does that. But it drops, and you get a week's worth of discussion, like fervor, and then you get another week of we still really love this, but we recognize it's not news anymore, and then it's gone. And you could extend that love and that anticipation and that banter and that discussion so much further with just putting a little delay in there. What is it? Delay increases the gratification.
Yeah. I get, you make a great point about you talk about it for a couple weeks. Marvel is falling into that trap right now where everyone couldn't stop talking about WandaVision. But then Captain America, Winter Soldier Falcon comes out. Then fucking, whatever's on Loki's out. Now it's like, you don't even have time to think about those shows. It's like, there's a week and then the next one. And the news cycle doesn't stop. Like when an article about WandaVision comes out, it just feels weird.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a weird. It's not even weird. It's just kind of disappointing because you never have a chance to actually go and enjoy it. It makes you wonder, would Star Wars be an event today if another Star Wars comes out the following weekend, or if you have a million things that can reproduce that, or if a big movie comes out and strikes out, people may go to the next thing and not even give the other one a second chance. So
yeah,
there's so much, and as somebody who likes constant flows of entertainment, even I go, ooh, it's just too much to consume.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I do think that 2-year wait, between main story movies is good, right? Like that 2-year time frame, that gives you enough time to get it right, to get it down. And that's not to say that you couldn't do the Disney model, which I actually don't think was a bad idea, in terms of just the process of making, so a main trilogy movie and then an offshoot movie on the off years, right? That's not a bad way of approaching it. They just didn't bother to do the work beforehand and set it up properly.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure.
I don't know what prompted this whole walk down memory lane, but it was good.
Yeah. I think it was a super chat.
Yeah. We'll read 2 more and then we'll get back onto the show. So Matt G, thank you very much. He says, OMG, Mary, you should be wrenched or something.
Oh my God. I'm okay, whatever.
And then our buddy Roger H gives us a thumbs up super chat sticker. So thank you very much, Roger H, for joining us tonight and every night here on a live stream. I can't even speak. I wanted to say live show, then live stream, and it went live stream. So let me drink some water, and we'll continue this live show. There we go. Now I can sound like the asshole I truly am. Now, let's pull up an image. Let me get the right image, because what we're about to talk about, folks, requires some tact, if you will. It's a very touchy subject, and sometimes you need to have the right imagery on screen. So hold on, let's see. Can I find the right picture? This would be amazing if there was one. No? Okay. We'll pull this one up. Everyone likes Michael Keaton and Michelle Pfeiffer as Batman and Catwoman, right? It'll give you the right mental image, if you will. So I might even read this as Buffalo Jeff. No,
come on. Oh.
All right. So, Nick, I'm going to ask you a quick question, bro. Just opinions on the Batman as a character. You like him? You hate him?
I love Batman. He's one of my favorite comic book characters.
Mary, same question.
My phone calls me Batman. I love Batman. Yeah, if I pulled Siri up right now and asked her what my name is, she would say, "You're Mary, but your friends get to call you Batman." But because we're friends, I get to call you Batman. And she's an Australian.
Uh-huh.
I love Batman. Batman is tits. He's awesome.
Batman is tits. Okay. So he has tits forever. So I'm a huge Batman fan. I'm also cool with women like Batman is, and apparently Batman's not allowed to do things that most dudes would do because heroes don't do that. So I don't know how to classily approach this subject, so I won't. In the new Harley Quinn cartoon, Batman was supposed to go down on Catwoman, but was not allowed to because, quote unquote, heroes don't do that.
Batman's not allowed to be a carpet muncher.
Yep. I'll just say it. Batman can't eat pussy. So
Yeah.
I assumed Batman was an expert, but whatever. Why? I don't want sex. I don't want to see Batman fuck. I don't want to see that in a show or a movie. But like, what a weird thing to publicize, especially in today's climate.
Well, look, I don't think that this is as cut and dry as just like, oh, Batman, can't, have tacos. I think that it's just, I don't think it's that simple, right? I think that this is out for discussion, and I think it's a reasonable discussion to have. Where do you draw the line, right? Like, obviously, people didn't enjoy watching Batgirl take a ride on the Batmobile, right? Like, that was uncomfortable. It wasn't in the comic. People, didn't want that, right? But they're a little more comfortable with watching, Harley Quinn and Joker act like asshats, right? And that's a little bit easier for people to digest. For me, I think this is also something that you can take into the consideration when you're talking about like how much sexualization do we really want in these comics, right? Like we talk about it on a regular basis, like not everything has to be overtly sexualized, right? And that's not just like in terms of like heterosexual activity, but like I don't always like, they keep taking things and making it lesbian and gay and all of that jazz. And I'm like, I just don't want that in all of my stuff. Right. Well, that extends to this as well. I don't always want to see this shit turn super sexual. It's implied. We know that Batman and Catwoman have a sexual relationship, whether or not he goes to town on her. I think again, that's implied. He's got handlebars on his head for that shit. Of course he's doing it. Right. It doesn't mean I want to see it.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Here's a weird example I'll give. Like James Bond. I don't really want to see Bond bang the woman. Just, take her to bed. Then you have a nice panel or a nice dissolve. Some music plays and it just like fades back to after. It would be really uncomfortable to see Bond in the act. Because it's like, no, you want to have the illusion of whatever, or it's implied in the story. But honestly, what your mind makes up is better than the actual thing when it comes to entertainment. Mm-hmm. It's the same with Star Wars. Not sex, but what happened between these two movies? Anything you came up with was better than whatever's the official story because it's
literally making an entire movie about the shit that happened between the two movies.
Yeah, because it's always going to be your story and it's going to be your version, which you'll like better.
Maybe you should tell them exactly what was said so we can have some context here.
Okay, so let me start reading the article, Mary. Batman, don't do that. So where are we at? Let me close the Disney tab. What a weird tab series to have open. Rooms at Disneyland and Batman doesn't do oral. Great. So
Batman walks into a bar and Catwoman says, Colonel Ingus.
I forget that. Yep. So Batman can beat criminals to a pulp, take on supervillains, and live a double life as a billionaire playboy and caped crusader, but he can't apparently go downtown. Not downtown Gotham City. He can. Obviously, certainly go there, but he can't go, the other downtown. In a rather surprising revelation, the co-creator of the R-rated Harley Quinn animated series told Variety that DC blocked the inclusion of a scene from the upcoming third season of the show where Batman was going to perform oral sex on Catwoman.
I want to know more about why he was going to do that.
Who are the writers of this?
Like, this is a terrible reason for him to not to get to do it, but like he probably shouldn't have been doing it.
No, yeah, definitely not after fighting crime. Ugh.
Yeah, you're all sweaty in the rubber.
Yeah,
at least get some baby wipes and towel yourself off a little bit.
I understand that superheroes can be all age. I'm not uptight about any of this stuff, but this is kind of just weird for Batman. Like, it works for Deadpool. It works for other characters. I understand wanting to preserve Batman. It's not about being uptight. You just would present him in a different manner. Deadpool, you can have get pegged and still be this beloved character. But if Batman got pegged, that character's done. I mean, he got stood up on the altar, and that was pretty much a done deal for a lot of people with the book. But there's just not a lot of latitude with that guy.
Some things just don't need to be like displayed, like on display for certain characters, right? And I'm not saying that you can never have a scenario in which a DC character is engaging in this kind of activity, right? Or even that it can't be, presented visually in some form. Look, I'm not looking for Batman porn. There are places you can go to find that, right? But for this character specifically, I think that there is a reasonable argument to be made for not being appropriate for this character and in this way, right? That's just not why we showed up, right? We didn't come here to see that, and it's uncomfortable, right? But then there are other aspects or another, perspective that, well, it's not okay because he's a hero. No, I don't think that's genuine. Or I think that's disingenuous, or maybe you just don't understand. But like, there is an argument to be made. So because he's a hero, he doesn't get to do this. I mean, if you're gonna have a bunch of gay people running around doing it, it's not fair for Batman to not get to do it either. Just saying.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the side.
Okay.
Where but it definitely is something that we don't need to see, in the comics or on screen. Yeah,
I think this is that era. We finally reached the point where it's like, this is too much with superheroes. Like, you gotta. It's not about think of the children or protect anything like that. It's really off. I don't want to say off brand, because it is just. I don't know how to describe it. It's just an odd thing to see Batman do. You don't need to see it. It's like, he shits, like somebody said in the chat. You don't need to see that. He eats a meal. You rarely see him eat that. Like, you don't need to know. Just show him with her, or don't put Batman in the show. I think that's how I would have handled it. Like, oh, all these characters are open except Batman. Talk about Batman as this mythic thing, and that way you can kind of treat your show as whatever, and Batman can be himself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so sort of the same thing is like if you look at Star Wars, and if you were to watch the original movies, but they were dropping F-bombs and it was showing Han and Leia freaking banging in the Falcon,
right.
There's movies for that kind of material in it. And then there's other ones that, that stuff should be left to your own imagination.
Well, but the argument for that, and so to play devil's advocate, and I enjoy that because I am of two minds on this. The people who are advocating for this are going to say things like, well, this is on the Harley Quinn show. This is an adult show. If there was a time or place to convey that kind of stuff going down, this would be the one to do it on, right? So is this not the place for it? And is Batman, Bruce Wayne, not an adult, right? Like, he traveled all around the world. He learned all these skills. Why is that not amongst them, right?
He didn't have to leave Gotham.
Yeah.
Like, there are a lot of people who are arguing, and I looked through a lot of the threads here. There's some arguments to be made here. Real heroes lick the coochie, right? Like, if the writers of Harley Quinn could incorporate this into the show, it would be hilarious. There are a lot of people saying that this is great. Heroes specialize in that shit. He's not the world's greatest detective if he can't find the clitoris, right? Like, that's. There are people who say that this is something that should be accessible for them. If this, like, on this show in this way, this is something that should be accessible.
This is every week I say it, but I mean it. This is the fucking Twilight Zone we live in.
Yeah, for sure.
So I have very little interest in the Harley Quinn show. I've had access to it for a year on HBO Max.
I haven't seen a single episode.
I don't want to, man. They don't. Again, I ask myself this question once a week. Is it me or is it the entertainment that's gotten shitty? And every time I talk to somebody, they're like, well, it's gotten a lot worse. They they don't do the DC characters right anymore. There was majestic epicness that was put upon these characters around the Justice League Unlimited era, and then those animated features were great. And then I can't pinpoint it, but when they tried to be more like Marvel is when they shit the bed. And now their characters don't feel like they're characters. They don't act like they're characters. They're just, and it really reeks of a company not knowing what the fuck they're doing. It's like, well, we need something to be popular. This is trendy. Let's put the DC characters in it. And it's like, all right, that's fine. That kind of shit can work, but maybe can't we just have good cartoons with that? Like, have your Harley Quinn show, but then also produce more Justice League episodes or do something that everyone's going to want. It's weird that they want to only put their brand in so many weird positions that aren't winning anywhere.
Well, here's the thing, though. I think we have to hold their feet to the fire because we're going to see stuff coming down the pipe. Like we've already seen them dipping their toes into the wokeisms, right? Where they're taking, what's her face? Flash's girl. You know who I'm talking about. They've made her biracial now, right? Oh, and they're race Iris West, where they've made her black, and they're race swapping and they're doing stuff with these characters. Batwoman, where they've gone and turned people gay and done all of this stuff, and they're incorporating this kind of sexual aspect to stuff, right? So they turned Batman down for it, right? They said that's not okay for Batman, right? Is it because he's a heterosexual white male? Or is it because they recognize that, Batman probably shouldn't be depicted doing those kinds of things? And if that's the case, I totally agree with that. I agree with that. But later on down the road, I don't want you to come at me with this nonsense when you depict other characters who you've race swapped or gender swapped engaging in these kinds of acts when they're a hero, right? You need to have that same stance and you need to maintain it across, right? If you say that the sexual aspect is too far, right? If you say that it's a bridge too far and we don't need to see that, I respect that and I'm good with it and I appreciate it because I agree with it, right? I don't need to see Batman eating tacos, right? I don't need that. I'm good, right? Like I'm good without the spicy sauce. We can move on with our lives. It's implied, and that's good enough for me that he has, probably a pretty, like, given Catwoman in the way that she is probably pretty healthy and involved in all of the ways that she would want him to be. Shit, her name is Catwoman, people, right? Like own that and run with it. But if that's the stance that you're going to take, DC, then you need to be consistent across the board with it. So when we come back to this later and you are depicting other superheroes doing this because they're LGBTQ and it's time and that needs to be something that's put out there for everyone to see, I want you to remember that you said that it wasn't necessary for Batman. I want you to keep that in mind because all I want is for you to be consistent. I expect we'll be back here and I expect I'll be pointing at this.
Well said.
Yeah.
So I don't have anything else to add on this topic. Again, it's Twilight Zone era or level shit, but folks, I want to hear your take on it. So please let me know what you guys think. The Lick of Shadows. Oh God! All right, I know what you think. I don't need to hear anymore. Thank you, Talk to Masculinity.
That was good. The Lick of Shadows.
Let's catch up with the audience before we talk about what I guess is our big main event topic. That's what the title card was made for tonight. Lucasfilm, Indiana Jones. It's going to be a deep dive, folks. So let's hear what is up with the audience. So first off, our good friend TLJ Screwjob says, remember that guy that spent $15,000 to go to Disney World or land with his family and got arrested for not getting a temperature check? I don't.
That actually happened?
I looked it up.
Wow, I hadn't heard that one. That's pretty messed up, though.
Yeah, 15,000. Oh yeah, here we go. A man. Hold on, let's pull this up real quick. This isn't that long ago. Shit, I don't want to have to go add. Anyway, I'll read you the little headline. A man who spent $15,000 on Disney World trip arrested after refusing a temperature check. A Louisiana man who said he spent that on a Disney World vacation learned to his misfortune that the most magical place on earth has a very real rules to maintain public health during the coronavirus pandemic. So yeah, that happened. God.
Wow.
You want to see what the guy looks like real quick?
Yeah.
Mary, Say hello to the face of Buffalo Jeff.
No.
I'm just joking. That wouldn't be Buffalo Jeff. That guy looks
I
like
thought you were
Edie
gonna do an
Falco.
old switcheroo.
He looks like Carmela Soprano. She got a haircut. Tony, I'm glad you're dead. So
he got arrested.
Yeah, he got arrested for refusing a temperature check.
I mean, what do you arrest them for? What's the?
How?
Is there a law? Like,
What if I don't want people sticking stuff up my butter in my mouth out in public?
Okay, so here's what it says. Louisiana tourist was arrested for refusing a temperature check at Disney World, where he told a deputy he couldn't be removed because he paid $15,000 for the family vacation video shows. The footage released last week by the Orange County Sheriff's Office shows Kelly Sills, 47 of Baton Rouge, being controlled by authorities at Disney Springs and Walt Disney World on February 13th. I spent $15,000, Sills complains as he's handcuffed after skipping the screening tent and then refusing to leave, the footage shows. An onlooker could be heard saying, "All you had to do was get temperature checked. You can't trespass on me for paying $15,000.
All you had to do was show your papers.
$1,000 from you. I can kick you out. Bring me to jail for $15,000. I'm fine. In front of my kids too at Disney World," whines Sills, who still stay at Disney Saratoga Springs Resort and Spa. But the father seemed to quickly regret his decision as he was being led away, saying he was still willing to get screened after all.
Okay,
see. Before you kick me out, please, Sills asked. Body cam footage shows. "They'll do that in jail, sir," a deputy replied.
See, okay, look. I can respect someone who, look, if your goal was to make a statement, because look, I don't agree. I don't agree that they should be able to force you to take a temperature check when you have paid so much, right? Like, okay, fine, masks or whatever, but there's a physical sort of aspect involved here that I don't necessarily want people's hands on my person, right? But you probably knew that going in. So if you're going to put this kind of money on the line and risk it for a temperature check, you need to be prepared to lose it, right? Either make the statement or don't. Don't bitch out at the last fucking seconds. Do it or don't, right? Like, I'm behind you. Either way, if you wanna forgo your right to not get poked and prodded by little pointy things, that's your right as a citizen and a person and a human being and all that jazz. And I'm not even going to judge you for it. I really don't care, because it's none of my business, right? But if you're trying to make the damn statement, own that shit going in. If you know you're going to get arrested in front of your kids, own that shit going in. If this is where you're going to plant your flag, if this is the hill you're going to die on, damn it, make it a spectacular death. Go out in a blaze of glory, right? Go out with your pants around your ankles, refusing to bend over. This is that moment for you. It either is or it isn't. If you're going to puss out at the last second because you didn't want to lose $15,000, then maybe you should have just taken the temperature check. I'm just saying, one way or another, own that shit.
What a dumb world.
Yeah. I when he goes before the judge. So what we're hearing your case today. What were you refusing temperature check? Like what statute? What penal code? What did I violate? Like I don't see I don't see how they legally could have taken this guy to jail. Yeah, I see how they could have made him leave, the park or something. But to arrest the guy, like, I don't know. That's crazy. That's crazy to me.
It's over the top. Then again, it's Disney, so
yeah.
He's screaming, "I spent $15,000." Yeah, you spent what, like 3 nights in a hotel and had some food. So yeah, I believe he spent $15,000.
Yeah, 10 grand of that was on his hotel stay if he was staying at the park.
Right?
I don't get staying in an expensive Disney hotel when your whole point is to go to a park all the time till you're exhausted and then fall asleep in your room. Like, you could sleep anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get it. I'm not cheap about anything. It's just it's like it's throwing money down a fucking hole.
But it is weird though. How did they arrest him? Like for trespass, right? That's what they said. It was for trespass. He bought a ticket. He's not trespassing. And if you did not let him through without the thing, right? If you took him out, he's not trespassing, right? I always said he skipped the tent, but he didn't. He bought a ticket. He bought the ticket. He paid to be here. What does
Yeah.
that look like? What does that look like? Right? Like, did he sign a contract? Well, why did they allow him to buy a ticket? If they, like, you know what I mean? Like, if they were completely and utterly like linked to one another, they should have made him sign something, right, before he could buy the ticket, right? Why did you allow him to buy a ticket if this other stipulation was placed on it, right? You should be allowed to know that, I think, going in. I guess I need more information, but like, unless he signed something saying, I will absolutely adhere to this guideline, that I will submit myself to letting you stick a thing in my ass or a thing in my mouth, right, to get my temperature.
Well,
how do you?
According to sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just, how do you know? How did he trespass?
Well, according to Yakase, he says he wasn't trying to make a statement. He made a mistake exiting them, trying to re-enter. Watch the video. Oh,
is there a video?
Okay.
If you can find it, Mary, we can show it.
I will look.
Jonathan White, though, I'm with you. I don't see the appeal of going as an adult, but for being the happiest place on earth, we hear a lot of stories of stupid shit going down. So hopefully Mr. Kelly Sills, got a fair trial. Actually, I'm going to look this guy up.
I'm guessing you and Jesse have no interest or plans on going to Disneyland out there?
We probably were never going to go. We're Universal people.
Yeah.
Universal's the way to do it.
Yeah, that's what I've heard from several people, that Universal, even Coach told me that the other day. He's like, you'd like Universal like a whole lot more.
Yeah.
I went to Universal. Okay, so my mom took me on this big vacation in '96, and I went to Universal and Disney. And Disney sucked, but I liked the Star Wars ride. But Universal was like the best theme park I had ever been to. And so a couple of years later, we went back, and now I have a pass for the one out here. Like, it's just been consistently fun. It's not cheap, but it's like, we went last year, right? Like literally the day before COVID shut everything down. We got a thing at the park and they're like, oh shit, they're shutting this thing down. So we're there enjoying it. Like, yeah, you pay some money for stuff at the bar, but it's not that, exorbitantly priced. It was like $45 for lunch or something. So, I mean, you get that. And the attractions are top notch. I mean, I'm not a Harry Potter fanatic, but the shit looks awesome. Like,
oh my God, it's so much fun. I have a wand. I have a couple wands actually, but yeah. All right.
Yeah,
so
I know nothing about Harry Potter.
Oh, I know all the things.
Doesn't like Universal Studios Hollywood. He says it sucks the big fat one.
Your mom. Sorry. I actually like Obi-Wan. He's a cool guy. If that's the Obi-Wan, I think it is. But no, I love Harry Potter. I love Harry Potter so much. All right, so this is the video.
On February 13th.
He's gonna have to go for the day. All right, sir. Go for the day. So at this time, sir, you're being asked to leave the premises by Chris, who is the security manager of Disney Springs. Listen to me, sir. It's private property. They're asking you to leave. We are going to escort you out now, sir. You are officially being trespassed.
Sills entered the popular Disney complex without going through a temperature screening tent. He refused to go back and get his temperature checked, and when Disney and sheriff's deputies asked him to leave, Sills refused to go, according to the arrest report.
So hold on, this is the rest of it.
Okay, are you refusing to leave, or are you going? Sir, the last time that you're going to be sold, you have to leave, or we will remove you from the property. On Disney's behalf, it's private property. It's private property. Start walking, sir. You have to leave. They're asking you to leave. Tell me I spent 15 grand. Put your hands behind your back, sir. You refuse to leave after you're told to do so. Get your hands off me. Back up.
So is there going to be a fight afterwards?
Do what?
Is there going to be a fight in Toontown afterwards?
Oh God, I hope so.
Yeah.
Dude,
that was epic.
People still message us about that damn High Council episode. Throwdown in Toontown.
Yeah, I remember that episode.
I'd say that's the second best after the Mundane Matt one. That was just groundbreaking.
I would happily get into a mock fist fight with Jesse if we could make it look like really good, only to be kicked out of Disney, like on the last day, right? Like on the last day. I would happily get into a mock fist fight with Jesse, like make it look like we fuck each other's hair up and everything, right? Like screaming, and just see how long we could get it to go for a film, like for the clicks. I would do that. I would do that.
Star Wars Celebration next year.
Yeah.
See how long it takes him to kick us out. Right at the end, though. It has to be right at the end. I'm not leaving before I'm ready to go.
I mean, I've been kicked out of better places.
Yeah, I got kicked out of Chris Angel's show in Vegas.
Oh,
What did you
shit.
do? Call him out?
No, so apparently it was my first time ever going to a show, and I watched Chris Angel's Mind Freak show all the time. So I was like, I want to go check out one of his shows. So we bought tickets and went. Well, they have signs like no taking pictures. So my little shirt pocket right here, I just put my phone in it like this with the camera on, but the camera poking through. They came up, and I guess they knew that it was on, because they said no pictures, no video recording. I'm like, huh? So I don't know how they knew. Like, I literally have no clue, because I wasn't holding my phone, nothing. It was just in my pocket.
It was magic.
And they yeeted me right out of that place.
I got an idea for you next time. Are you allowed to wear hats?
Yes.
You are allowed to wear hats. Okay, so next time if you're gonna do that, look, you need to straight up like Golden Finger 007 this shit. All right.
Spy cam hat.
Put a spy cam inside the hat. See that D on your hat right there? Cut out the little hole. Put a lens inside it. Bam! Instant camera. You got this.
Yeah, I should totally do that, because when I'm in Vegas in August, I am going to go to one of the two things I want to do when I get there is I do want to go see a Chris Angel show, since I didn't get to see it last time, and I'm going to go eat at one of Gordon Ramsay's restaurants.
Ooh, he's a dick though.
Oh, I love Gordon Ramsay.
He's a bastard.
Yeah.
I don't know what I want to do. I just want to hang out with people and not remember the weekend. So yeah, folks. What I am trying to do.
You're not wrong, Spike.
Well, if people that backed the book will be there in person, I might try to deliver it to people. So that could be an option for some folks. So just be on the lookout if that's something you'd like, because all your cards can get autographed and stuff at the thing. At the event.
Shit! There's an idea.
Yeah. So let's move into the next topic. So last week we discussed an image about this upcoming impending doom of a film titled Indiana Jones 5. I don't know the subtitle, but there's news, there's drama, and there's bullshit. And let's get this little picture of old Indiana Jones up. Nick, last week we discussed our favorite Indiana Jones films with the audience. Would you care to tell your favorite real quick?
My favorite is Temple of Doom. Temple of Doom, Raiders, and Last Crusade. I don't even count the fourth one.
You are
Damn it! I'm never gonna escape this shit alive, am I?
Yeah, so
I like it ironically. I said ironically, damn it.
Oh, you like the fourth one?
I like it ironically. I like that it's so bad that it's really funny for me to watch.
Okay.
I enjoy watching it because of the cringe factor.
All right, that's cool.
All of the judgment right now. All of the judgment right now.
Yeah, I just, man, it was just bad. And I'm I really want this next Indy movie to be good. Like, I really want it to be good, but man, I just don't have a lot of hope.
Nor do I.
That it's going to be good at all.
Well,
it should have ended with the third one, Last Crusade, where they rode off into the sunset.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Perfect ending.
Absolutely.
Perfect ending.
That is the ending, honestly.
Yeah.
That is the perfect way to end it, right? There doesn't need to be any more. That's one of the reasons why it's my favorite. I recognize that that's a weird one to have as my favorite or whatever, but that's one of the reasons why it is my favorite, is because it is a perfect way to end it off, right? Like, you've got Sean Connery there, right? Like, you've got just this wonderful brisk pace of a movie that just kind of moves you along really well. The Holy Grail in and of itself is this really sort of amazing focal point for it, right? Yeah. Like, it's a great way to end the series, right? That's why it's my favorite. And so there doesn't need to be any more, right? Even though I recognize, even though I enjoy the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull for the shit show that it is, right? I recognize it doesn't need to exist. It shouldn't exist. And that my enjoyment for it is ironic and stupid, right? So we shouldn't be getting any more. God, why do we have to get more?
So I wanted to. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just reading.
So the internet connection sucks. I think I'm going to check out that Restream one. That's the new streaming service for the High Council. So if it works out better, we'll give the audience a better audio experience. So sorry, folks, if you get those weird overlaps. It's not us like hating each other. It's just there's weird silences sometimes.
Yeah, I've noticed that since I've been in here. I don't have that problem, or the only time we've had that problem on our end using StreamYards is when we're linking up with people that are like in the UK or something. Yeah, that's weird.
California internet.
Neat.
California.
Well, the mask mandate dropped today, and I went to eat, and it was like everything was back to normal. Nobody heard shit.
Nice.
Yeah. Everyone out here was just as fed up with it, so it's like we just kind of looked around and we're like, all right, and walked in.
Oh.
Now, Liam Hogan, excellent point. You literally end with them riding off to the sunset. How much clearer of an end could you make?
Right.
Indiana Jones is my second favorite movie character, right after James Bond. Yes, spoiler alert, folks. I like Indy way more than I like Han Solo. Jeff, Star Wars. Indiana Jones is just cooler. He just always was. And you know what the reason, Nick, I give my number one reason why I like Indy over Han Solo?
What was that?
Because you're a boy.
What?
Because you're a boy.
No. Because Indiana Jones is a real man. When Indiana Jones got tortured in Temple of Doom, what did he do? He goes, "Leave her alone, you bastard," and is worried about the other people getting tortured too. What does Han Solo do? And he screams like a punk, and then he gets frozen. That's different. He's captured. Cool. But Han Solo can't hang like Indiana Jones can. Indiana Jones goes through the shit. When that big German mechanic beats his ass, like he earns that fight. He earns that kill with the rotor blade. When the big thuggy guy, again, played by Pat Roach, whoops his ass, he earns that win. Same thing when he fights Colonel Vogel on the plane or the tank. Indiana Jones earns those wins. Han Solo is an awesome character, and I have nothing really to shit on him about, but he doesn't face the same physical adversity. Therefore, he's not as it's not as rewarding when Han Solo has a victory. He kind of swoops in with his ship and saves the day, and it's awesome. But Indiana Jones is putting blood and sweat in that shit, not Han Solo. So
yeah, especially when he was getting whipped in Temple of Doom.
Yep.
He wasn't sitting there screaming or anything.
Yeah, I don't buy it. I get where you're coming from. He's a man's man, right? He's totally a man's man, and I get it. I am just sort of sitting there going, yeah, whatever. That hurt. That hurt a lot.
It's like he's a mix between like there's a little bit of James Bond in Indiana Jones too, I would say, because he's also a ladies' man in the movie.
He is.
So yeah, I love Indiana Jones. I don't know if I would personally put him above Han, just because I'm just a huge Star Wars fan. But yeah, he's right up there with me. The Indiana Jones movies are in my top 5 of all time favorites. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I love the character, love the series 1 through 3.
I can't wait to get the 4K box set. They had a big discount on Amazon because normally it was like $90, and I love Indiana Jones, but I'm like, $90 for some movies and a coaster, that's a little pricey for me. So I found it cheaper. I can't wait till it gets here because I'm like, I can't describe how much I like those movies because there's not like a ton of shit to buy for it. But when Indiana Jones pops up, like this Saturday, I'm pissed. I didn't have the opportunity. I wanted to watch the movie because it was the 40th anniversary. I'm like, oh man, it was a big deal. It was a big thing. Yeah. Like whenever those hallmarks for that character pop up, I like to be there. And so I'm getting ready to be disappointed again round 2 with Indiana Jones. And everyone's like, how can you say that? Blah, blah, blah. Well, folks, we're about to talk about something very interesting and take an interesting dive down an internet rabbit hole because we're in the production of a new Lucasfilm property. Now, Lucasfilm is a company of 2 properties, Star Wars and Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Yes. Hey, Jeff, real quick, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm going to step away for a quick sec. I'll be right back.
Cool, man. So Lucasfilm is a company of 2 properties, essentially. And we have seen Star Wars under the Disney Kathleen Kennedy regime, and Indiana Jones is now coming up. And so my issue is, well, they mishandled one character. Do I trust them not to mishandle this one? And Mary, what are your thoughts?
You know he's going to. We discussed this last week. You know that's the case. You know that's exactly what's going to happen because they don't understand these characters, right? Not to mention the fact that Steven Spielberg's not going to be helming this. He's over off doing another thing, right? There's no reason to expect this to be. There's nothing to work with here. Indiana Jones is all but in the grave, right? Like, none of the reasons that we showed up, none of the things that made this great are in play for this film. None of that stuff exists here. We have no reason to expect it to do or be well because none of the things that made it well, made it good, are in play. We don't have what we need to make this work. We have desperation. We have another sequel, an unnecessary sequel, a secondary unnecessary sequel at that. There's no reason for anybody to hope for this to be anything other than a desperate attempt at a little bit more pocket change and another opportunity to bury something we love into the ground.
Yeah, it's interesting to discuss this, and people on Twitter have begun to discuss this. So, have you guys heard about the James Mangold Twitter situation?
It was glorious to watch. You fucked with the wrong folks.
Now, Mary, go ahead. Tell us what you thought and how you thought it turned out.
Well, I mean, obviously, like he did the same thing that all of these Disney asshats do. These jackholes running stuff over there do when they think that they're special and important and in charge and that we should all pipe the hell down, right? And he went back against fans who have critique and criticism to make, rightly so. And Matthew Kaddish didn't say anything that we don't all know to be true, right? Which was just that initially, like, okay, so Steven Spielberg isn't directing it. Kathleen Kennedy is producing it. Harrison Ford is 78 years old, and it's written by Jonathan Kasdan, who wrote Solo, incidentally, guys. So yeah, he puts that out there, and that's the initial sort of like criticism. And all of this is completely valid, and it's a criticism that everyone has, right?
Well, the one part that number 4 though, the Jonathan Kasdan part.
Mm-hmm.
So now this is where James Mangold isn't going to lie about, oh, this script isn't like, this is who wrote the script type of thing. Like, other than that, I'm with this because, yeah, the first 3 things are indicators of well, here's the weird part.
A huge letdown.
Yeah. Indiana Jones not being directed by Steven Spielberg almost is a non-issue anymore because Steven Spielberg directed part 4. And Kathleen Kennedy produced and had a big part in part 4, right?
Mm.
So why would somebody have a differing thought going in? Like, oh my God, it's going to be so exciting. Now, Nick, when you had heard about this, what did you think?
So all this was going on. So, and this is one of the things about me and Coach. Like, I have a full-time job, a full-time career. This YouTube thing is literally like a part-time side hobby for me. And so I don't get to stay up to speed on everything every single day because a lot of times I'm busy. So I literally just got caught up on this stuff yesterday. So from my understanding, and I did a stream talking about this last night with Black Angus. He came over on our channel, and we kind of went through this. And from my understanding, everything he said, first of all, he didn't tweet at James Mangold, so he didn't do that. So it wasn't like he was directly. He wasn't directly, attacking him. It's not like
he was attacking him. He was talking about.
Yeah, he was talking about his concerns that he has. But yeah, the 4th one, I guess, Mangold's response, I guess Jonathan Kasdan actually did not write the script for this Indy movie. Apparently, James Mangold and somebody else, and I don't see his name on IMDb because I just looked it up, but it's Buttersworth, some other guy, I guess, that helped him write this. But he said they started with a blank page. So I don't know why he would lie about that. So maybe he's giving clarification there. But his first comment talking about crapping on things, from your basement and stuff was definitely immature and childish on his part. If he wanted to make some clarification, like, some of the stuff I really didn't take issue with that he replied with. But that first comment, and then the fact that he just kept on and on back and forth with people, like, bro, don't you got a movie to direct? Don't you got better things to do than to go back and forth with people on Twitter?
Maybe Kathleen Kennedy's shadow directing for him.
Yeah, like go make your movie and prove everybody wrong if that's how you want to do it. Let your work speak for itself.
Yes,
don't
absolutely.
Don't sit there and go back and forth with people about it.
Isn't it the mark of someone who is probably got a reason to be defensive if they get that defensive against somebody on Twitter? Like, your Twitter is not real life, okay?
Yeah.
Twitter is not the end all be all. Twitter does not make or break your movie. You make or break your movie. But our reservations about you, our questions about this thing that you're making, our questions about whether or not you can produce as good a product as Steven Spielberg, you only validate those when you spend your time fighting with complete strangers on the internet rather than being there busy making a good movie. Like, you give us every reason to have more pause. For everybody who didn't look at this and say, okay, so I'm fine, I'm gonna like who looked at this and said, oh, this is probably fine, right? They're now questioning you. Everybody who thought you were probably, it's whatever it is, leave the guy alone, let him do his thing, right? They are now looking at you going, this is some of the most unprofessional shit I have ever seen in my life, right? Prove them wrong. Don't smack talk, and I'm not saying that Matthew Kaddish is a troll, but for all he knows, he is, right? He doesn't know Matthew Kaddish from anyone, right? Don't trade smack talk with a stranger on the internet. You're a Hollywood producer. Act like it.
Well, let me read this for the audience, for people that don't know exactly what's going on, and then we'll keep talking about that. So, Indiana Jones 5 director James Mangold threw a temper tantrum after a fan voiced their concerns about the upcoming film starring Harrison Ford. Twitter user and YouTuber Matthew Kaddish posted to Twitter his concerns about the upcoming film. He wrote, to anyone thinking Indiana Jones 5 might be good, let me point this out. 1, Steven Spielberg is not directing. 2, Kathleen Kennedy is producing. 3, Harrison Ford is 78. And 4, it's written by Jonathan Kasdan, who wrote Solo. Mangold would directly respond by insulting Kaddish. He wrote, thanks, Matt. 1, keep making the world a better place, crapping on things from the first week of production from your basement. 2, never seen a script by John. Nothing against him, just really Buttersworth's and I. Started from a blank page. 3, 1 through 3 are hugely talented and all at my side. So he clearly went on the personal on the very first one. So
yeah,
we've discussed that. But yeah, it's important to note that if you're going to have, if you want to critique something, you got to have the right information. So the script part's very, very important because Jonathan Kasdan can't write his way out of a box. We saw Solo by mistake. His dad is a legend, helped create Indiana Jones. Well, refine Indiana Jones and create that world. So thank you, Lawrence Kasdan. But then you got, from what I've been hearing in the chat, Buttersworth, the people, they're 2 brothers. They helped work on Ford versus Ferrari. That was an excellent movie. I don't give a shit what anyone say. Like, that was just awesome. That straight up was entertaining. They really told a great story. Logan, another really good movie. Now, I don't want to see Indiana Jones take that approach. But what I'm trying to get at is, you got to know. If you're going to be upset, fine, but you got to make sure it's the right person, because if you have 2 different people writing these movies, you're going to get 2 different experiences. And if I'm supposed to judge this based on the previous work of this writer, Jonathan Kasdan, then I can be that concerned. But if it's like, the guys that wrote Ford versus Ferrari, that movie was cool. So it's a different story.
Well, here's my issue. Yeah. His whole rebuttal is that essentially his rebuttal, except for the writing aspect, which again that's an important aspect, right? But we'll all own that if we're wrong about that. But that doesn't diminish the fact that critiques 1 through 3 are all still completely true. If your rebuttal to those is we're only on the first week of production, That doesn't look. It doesn't matter what week of production you are on. Steven Spielberg still isn't directing. Kathleen Kennedy is still a piece of shit, and Harrison Ford will be 78 years old or older from the time that we are discussing this. Right? Like there's none of those things stops being a valid critique, regardless of what week you are into production. None of those things can be addressed until you show us a finalized product. Period. That's it. There's nothing that he has said that he can rebuttal with, we're on the first week of production, so you don't know. No, yeah, but Harrison Ford is still, the age of dirt. And Steven Spielberg still isn't there handling this shit. And Kathleen Kennedy is still a twat waffle. So all of those things are true, regardless of the week of production you are in. And none of it has anything to do with whether or not Matthew Kasdan does or does not live in his mother's, or Matthew Kaddish does or doesn't live in his mother's basement. Either way, that's basementist, you bastard. So,
well,
I'm just saying.
They have a basement. They responded with a pretty, it was a pretty funny response from Salty Nerd Podcast. So Mangold wouldn't stop there, though. He would continue to insult and deride Kaddish and his podcast team, The Salty Nerd. The Salty Nerd would tweet, "We don't have basements, but we do have a kick-ass studio with a Batman statue." And they share a picture of this cool, Batman statue. It's cool. I would like to own this Batman statue. Mangold replied, "Yeah, that kick-ass studio. Congrats on the Batman statue and the jar of corks. So how about you let me finish my film and then bitch all you want in front of your vinyl bricks lit by your fancy bounce light, and maybe don't call your opinion news." So clearly looking to be an asshole.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm glad he takes all the time to look at the jar of corks and stuff.
Well, isn't that a weird, again, this is a completely illegitimate critique. You're shitting on someone who's clearly spent their money on merchandise of something that they support. This is evidence that they are fans. You moron. You do not denigrate someone who drops some serious change on something like that. That is called what is it? The word went completely out of my head. It's our street cred, right? That's our street cred. Where we spend our money is evidentiary of where our love is, right? It's what we spend our money on tells you a story about the things that we're invested in, right? So for you to shit talk geeks who are the ones that pay your bills, buddy, that's retarded. That's stupid as hell. I would shut up now before people figure out that you're an asshole. That it's too late now, obviously.
So let's keep going down this shitty rabbit hole. Mangold replied, we just read that one. So before Mangold described Kaddish as a clickbaiter and a nightcrawler, he wrote in response to a Twitter user encouraging him, "Thanks, Axe. I don't mind people griping and prognosticating, but on my watch, false info, ageism, and snark, all from a so-called journalist, is going to be confronted directly and forcefully." Mangold added, "In my opinion, these clickbaiters like to dish it out, but like nightcrawlers, they can't stand the light." Wow. What do you guys think about that statement? Nick, we'll start with you, man.
Again, a tweet that he could have just completely not even made. There was so much of this, and as we go through this, I actually got one on my end that was very interesting because he was all over the place during this whole thing. And I don't know if you got the one that I got pulled up here. We'll hit it at the end, but this right here is just another. Like, what's the point here? You're not helping your cause, and you're not gonna change anybody's mind. Yeah. With this approach, the parts of the very first tweet that he made, like if he wanted to give some clarification on who's doing the script, that sort of thing, and if he wanted to give his opinion that Kathleen Kennedy is talented, and maybe she is from a producer standpoint, but running a studio, she definitely is not. I just again, just another pointless tweet by him.
So Fake Name made a great analogy. He says, "Bus hasn't left yet, but the driver has a head injury and other passengers are smearing shit on each other. It's going to be a bad ride." Assumption. So there you go. That's a fair point to make about the precognition, because that's like Minority Report shit. Anyway, what you think about the film, your preconceived notions, essentially. That's the word I'm looking for. So, the phrase. So, again, James Mangold coming off as a douchebag. When he gets into the ageism part, I'm like, all right, now you're kind of stretching to, like, when you're using an overly proper term, you're just kind of stretching to look like you're looking for more. You're reaching right with that one.
Yeah.
And snark. Okay, how many fucking journalists that have the right opinion are snarky? So I don't think that's valid either. But the false info thing, that's important because, doing what we're doing, you gotta know your shit. You can't just be making assumptions and claims and stuff based on bad intel. That's really important here. So it continues. Mangold would then go back and forth with Kaddish. Kaddish would respond to another user about his concern about Ford's age. He wrote, Ford will always be Indy. The issue here is he's still believable as a character if he's doing crazy action scenes at pushing 80 years old. Valid? What do you guys think?
Completely.
Absolutely 100%.
Yeah.
And that's one of the concerns I have for the movie is when I watch this, am I going to believe it? Because the first 3 Indiana Jones movies, I mean, Crystal Skull, what was a stretch? The stuff he was doing in there. Now they did make it some funny stuff when he would, crash into the cab of the truck, and that sort of stuff. And, you could tell that, that kind of stuff was wearing on him. But it was even hard to buy it in that movie. He's even older now. So, to me, I like the idea of Crystal Skull with him having a son that could maybe carry on the torch, possibly, but they completely ruined that because it would have been cool to see Indy in a role sort of like his father, Sean Connery, played in the 3rd movie. Except the roles are reversed, and now Indy's need to be saved by his son. We get introduced to him in the 4th movie, and then in the 5th movie, he's coming and rescuing Indy. But you can't go back and remake the 4th one at this point. But yeah, that's that's definitely a concern. Well, 100%.
Yeah, I don't think you can recast Indiana Jones. You just should have never made 4 and now definitely not 5. And I guess what Lucasfilm would be for all of us to forget that Indiana Jones in the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull exists. See, what they're trying to do, and I have a video about this coming up, is what they're trying to do is treat this like The Force Awakens, the big hype, the return to the hero, this, that, and the other. But you guys did it in 2008. It worked. It made a lot of money. But it's also looked back on as the prime example of a soulless, hollow cash grab. South Park did it perfectly. Yeah. Once South Park they really put the nail in the coffin for Indiana Jones. Like, the character's awesome and hasn't lost any of that curb appeal, but he can't be made anymore because they really showed what a movie like Indiana Jones 4 is. And it's just an assault. And now 5, it's just doing it to a corpse. It's necrophilia, if you will. That franchise is dried up, and this is coming from the guy who fucking loves it. Indiana Jones, Back to the Future, you don't need to touch those. They were great back in the day. They told the story, and they were done. Back to the Future says the end.
Well, and
Indiana Jones rides off into the sunset. Star Wars ends with they all live happily ever after. Like, there is this really perfect understanding of when to end a story. Yes, these things were big corporate soulless cash grabs by, I guess, those days' standards, but it was like a weird blend of really great storytellers and then the money to create these things. Now it's people that work in fucking offices who have the control about the money who make these things. And there's where your disconnect is. It has fallen apart so hard. This is just corporate decision. This isn't like, what's a cool Indiana Jones story to tell? Well, what about the city of Atlantis? I don't know. Like, no, the Indiana Jones ship sailed. If you were going to make more, you should have made more in like 1992, right after The Fugitive. And then kept bringing Indiana Jones out because Harrison Ford really looked great through the 90s, through the early 2000s. You could have retired that shit around 08 and he would have looked perfect to kill off the character. Not kill off the character, but end the character.
Yeah,
But
See,
I agree.
here's what I don't understand. If he'd given this any level of thought, right? Like, critical thought is something I like to think most people have. But if you could stop and think for just 2 seconds here, Mangold, it might occur to you that there's not a lot of reasons for people to be upset at this point, except that we're real fans and we're worried. Stop writing us off as though this is what we want, as though it is our desire to watch our beloved pastimes be absolutely decimated. Stop treating us as if we're faux fans. The only reason we're even here and discussing this in the first place is because we are concerned, and rightfully so. And you've done nothing to alleviate those concerns. I wonder if it ever occurred to him, if for even a second, he had approached this in a different way. If he had, instead of responding to Matthew Kaddish, essentially calling him a basement dweller piece of vermin, instead of responding to him by not addressing the real concerns, but instead calling him an ageist, if he had said, look, I understand your concerns. Allow me to correct some of the mistakes you've made and to try to reassure you that I'm going to do my absolute best to make the best Indiana Jones movie possible, and I will pour my heart and soul into this, but I understand your trepidation here. But let me assure you that I love this product and I'm going to do my best to buy it. And I hope that will be borne out by the work that you see on screen when the time comes. That would have changed the tone. First of all, Matthew didn't come at him sideways. Matthew didn't even come at him at all. Matthew was expressing concerns about the movie, not coming at Mangold. This was an attack. This wasn't an attack on Mangold. Mangold took this personally. And rather than engaging with him like a grown-up who recognizes reasonable concerns, he called him vermin, he called him a basement dweller, and he called him an ageist. He never addressed any of the real concerns. Anyone in their right mind would have taken a look at, like, okay, so you got this fact wrong, but I can understand why you might be concerned. So let's move forward in like a productive way. It would have completely changed the tone of conversation. Everyone would have been like, you know what? There's a mature guy heading this thing up. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's something here that can be looked forward to. Maybe there's a glimmer of hope, right? It would have completely changed the tone of the conversation, but that's not what happened. Mangold took something that wasn't a personal attack, made it a personal attack, and reacted in a vitriolic way, which completely degraded the conversation moving forward.
Well, let's continue to move forward because James Mangold continues to act in a similar manner. So he responds with, have you read the script, Matt? Clearly not, because you don't even know who wrote it. So why don't you take a rest off my show till there's a trailer or a title or something for you to be upset about? For all you know, I could be addressing all your worries.
You had a chance to address the worries right there, and you didn't. You chose not to. You chose to engage with this man, and you had an opportunity to address some of those worries, to alleviate some of that tension, and instead you chose to call him names. You had your chance, you batshit crazy psycho.
Well, yeah, but really, it's like in a court case, like really that fucking script thing is killing this guy's first argument, though, because it really is building off of everything builds off of Solo, that script, because the story is what you write the script, that's what the movie's based on. And like the argument of this is how they treat Han Solo based off this writer, extrapolate that to Indiana Jones tracks, but like when it's not that, it's just like, and so
yeah.
I think James Mangold shit the bed on all of this stuff. I think this is just a really stupid situation. Like, this guy is clearly looking for fans. What I'm gonna get at the end of this is I think this is encouraged. People want to get early press on their films. So hey, they think all press is good press. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. Dude, you're just really making people concerned. This doesn't make me any less concerned or more concerned. This just makes me roll my eyes and go, oh, more Star Wars. So, yay.
Yeah.
Now, Matthew responds with, sir, I would love if you proved me wrong and made a great Indiana Jones movie. I've been a fan since I was a kid. It's one of my all-time favorite franchises, but it's hard to get excited over what I'm seeing. So, from what you've seen, I've seen a couple pictures of Harrison Ford in a really shitty wet hat and age marker dots on his face.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to CGI him younger, right? That's what that technology's for. So we're gonna watch a young we're gonna watch Indiana Jones in his prime in a movie. Now, is he gonna fucking die at the end because it's an unnatural thing in the eyes of God or something, and he'll just go away? Like,
oh, if he dies at the end, I'm gonna be furious.
I'll make you a $5 bet he dies at the end.
Oh man,
I won't even be a Dukes Brothers bet. It's got to be a $5 foot long bet. Now
they don't even do that anymore, Jeff. I can't even get a foot long for $5.
We need to
so
get.
Now I gotta watch Indy die and not get a foot long.
Rookie can't hook you up with his employee discount.
Yeah, but by the time it got here, he'd have to ship it. That chicken's gonna be moldy.
Well, that's an excellent point right there too. So let's keep moving forward as well. Mangold then stated, "I'm sorry you're finding it hard to get excited about a film I am making, Matt. Considering you don't know the story, the script, the title, only some of the cast, nor have seen images, if I were you, I would spend my time flipping hot takes about something that exists."
I mean, none of those criticisms have been alleviated. Okay, with the one exception, right? Okay, so people can have bad information. We're not Hollywood insiders, and so sometimes we're not going to have everything exactly perfect because we're not on the set, right? And we don't know absolutely everything. We could have. It's not like we're without the ability to take correction, right? We're all perfectly happy to be corrected when our information is wrong, because the problem is not with making a mistake. The problem is with not owning a mistake when it happens, right? So tell us when we're wrong, but if you could do so in such a way as to remember that you're talking to a human being on the other end, right? Matthew Kaddish
who's a fan.
Person, right? Who is a fan of this property, whose criticism comes from a place of love for this property in the first place. You can say to him, okay, so you got this information wrong, but I'm hoping that the movie that I have created is going to subvert all of the issues that you're discussing, and it's going to find a way around all of those problems, and we're going to do our best, and you'll see. Like, I don't need you to believe me. I will show you. I will prove to you. That kind of confidence backing up a movie makes people change their minds, makes people give it a second chance, makes people approach it with a different perspective. You could have made a friend. Instead, you made a bunch of enemies, right? You didn't change our minds. You just pissed everybody off a lot more.
And I saw people saying they weren't even going to go see the movie now because of all this.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yeah.
So you're already alienating people.
Oh yeah,
with all this back and forth.
Well, if James Mangold's response would have ended after the word images, I think that would have been a really fair, like, well, shit. If this is a response you get, like, because there's truth to the thing, because we don't know the story of the script, the title, only some of the cast, nor have you seen images. But we all seen images now.
Yeah,
those are valid things to say, but if you really don't want to be that douchebag online, you just kind of put this out there early. Or the reason I'm playing the devil's advocate, there's a guy at the end that really gives a beginning response that kind of could cut this whole thing out, this whole theater drama right here. So moving on, he says, if you would enlighten me, this is Matthew Kaddish saying, if you were care to enlighten me about your story or anything else you'd be comfortable sharing, I'd love to hear it. But so far, everything I have seen or heard is not encouraging. Please set me straight.
Right? Matthew Kaddish acts like an adult here. Right? He approaches this in a way that is like, look, we can come to a table. We can talk. We can have a discussion. You're clearly engaging me. You could have ignored me, right? But you chose to engage me. So Matthew Kaddish comes to the table here and he says, talk to me, right? I'm an adult. Set me straight. Please set me straight. We can fix this, right? Or if not fix it, we can at least walk away not disrespecting one another. Matthew Kaddish clearly never attempted to disrespect Mangold himself. He has questions about the movie, so why not? You've been given an olive branch here, right? This is what the bigger person does in this situation. They extend an olive branch and they say, please enlighten me, fix me, fix it. We'll talk. We can do this, right? Who wouldn't take this olive branch? What kind of an adult doesn't take the olive branch?
Well, what can you share?
He doesn't have to share anything. That's just it. He doesn't have to share anything. He can listen and he can go, okay. He can do what literally every freaking Hollywood person does. And he can say, I can't say exactly what's going to happen, but I can tell you that this is my approach, and he can be very vague and non-descriptive and general about it, and not say anything that would give anything away. But the conversation alone, the back and forth alone, the respectful discourse alone would alleviate so many concerns.
Yeah. I mean, when that Sonic trailer came out, the first one, you didn't see them freaking, attacking everybody that was completely calling that version of Sonic complete horseshit. They were like, all right, we heard you. We're going to go back and fix it.
Question is, though, how far along? I mean, we're talking something that had proof of concept versus just, this. Now, I'm fully... I'm on the train of why he's all. I like all those things track for me, but that movie, Sonic was. I mean, God, there was stuff shot, CGI'd bad. Like Sonic is the perfect example of listening to the fans and making it appeal to everybody. Because Sonic looked cool. We paid to rent that movie because it was like, oh, all right, they listened. I'm on board. Awesome.
Yeah, I watched it too.
I am too. Everybody wants to feel listened to, but. For to get the Sonic treatment, it's a little too early to go down that route.
No, I mean, I don't think that anybody could say that obviously that it would have the same impact that the Sonic stuff was. Obviously, there was a great deal more information with the Sonic stuff. We had a trailer, right? But if you're going to respond at all, why do it in this way?
Well, because you think it's like how Zack Snyder treats people. It's all of this. Like, don't kiss these people's ass. But, you can't fault Matthew. He's not anything. I want to talk to this dude. I like him. We should try to get him on the show. All of the people from the Salty Nerd. That'd be a fun podcast. What do you guys think?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I'll start reaching out to people then. So Matthew Kadish says, I've argued with people in writers' rooms and on movie sets back when I worked in Hollywood. But even then, it was just over the internet. I'm free to share my opinions whatever the hell I want about whatever I want. Mangold responds, tell us about your Hollywood experiences, Matt. Give me some titles of your work so we can be on equal footing. Clearly a sentiment of honesty and sincerity there from James Mangold. So Matthew Kadish responds, I'm not as successful as you, sir. I've made a movie with Jeremy Renner back in 2004 and tried to get it into a feature, but it ultimately went nowhere. Worked with a couple of producers on unproduced screenplays, quit Hollywood and became a novelist. Got lots of experience in town, though. So, good response. Kind of a funny response though too, because it's not just like nothing. It's like, hey, honesty. I did this. Jeremy Renner is an Avenger, so that's that track.
Well, look, here's the weird, the insulting aspect of it, and it's I think emblematic of a lot of the mentality of the Hollywood elitists, which is tell me about your Hollywood experiences, Matt. Give me some titles of your work so we can be on equal footing. Look, no one here is saying that you. That any of us have the understanding of the industry, right? In order to make a movie, right? No one's saying you'll find that at large within this community. But what you do find a plethora of are writers and storytellers, people who work to some effect in the comic book industry, illustrators, people who have an understanding of what it means to convey a good story. That's part of why so many of us are here, is because we're frustrated because we know that it can be done better. We feel that, we could even in many cases do better, right? And so to assume that you are better than someone simply because you have had opportunities that this other person who you know nothing about when you've engaged simply just doesn't understand, right? You don't know him. You made an assumption that you were better than him, someone you know nothing about, and you proceeded to wave that around as though he were stupid, as though he couldn't possibly grasp the process, right? You just began to parade yourself around as though you were so much better than everyone else, and as though there were no validity to this person who you have no information about. Maybe instead of assuming the worst from the get-go, you should assume that it's possible they know what they're talking about, and then allow them to prove you right or wrong.
Well, there's more. More people are getting involved. So Dignity Dude chimes in. Dignity Dude, you picked the worst icon. Oh, actually, it's a great icon of the worst Star Wars figure. Imperial Dignitary. Just go back and watch the Retro Blasted video, folks. The video.
Yeah.
Folks.
Yeah, Michael did a great job talking about the Imperial Dignitary.
And speaking of Michael and doing great jobs, make sure you guys are going to check out Iconicon coming up. I will be a part of it. A lot of great channels are a part of it. 2 Cent Toys, a.k.a. our buddy Salvador, Analog Toys, of course, Retro Blasting, and many other great channels are producing content. I'm working on a video. I've been wanting to make this video for a long time, but never had a reason to. So now I will start. I have a reason to make it. So be on the lookout for our Axel Foley video for the Iconicon event. Now,
what is this now? So is this something that you guys are all doing between all y'all's channels?
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. It's I think you can go to iconiccon.com. Let me make sure I got that one right.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah, 2021. Yeah. So find the link right here. Iconic icon. Sorry, I keep forgetting the second icon, the part. So anyway, here it is right here. You guys can check it out. It's on YouTube from Analog Toys. They have a trailer. Now, back to this dumpster fire. James Mangold says, nah, that's not what I was saying. I was coming after a vendor selling clicks, not fans. Sort it out, dude. So now, where do we draw the line between clickbait stuff like the Mike Zero and then fans?
I think it depends on whether or not somebody is trying to express an opinion in an open sort of forum place like Twitter, right? Where he's not trying to sell anything here. He tweeted out, these are my concerns, right? So it's not like he's trying to garner anything with that tweet, right? He's just talking, right? He's speaking into the ether, and he's not looking for anything. He's just talking, right? He's throwing a ball against a wall to see what comes back, right? And I think there's a difference to it. Like Mike Zero, and like, no disrespect, I appreciate the hustle from Mike Zero, right? But if you're heading over to Mike Zero's page to be up on what to expect, I think that I'm trying very hard to be respectful here because I don't actually disrespect Mike Zero, but I think you might find some things lacking, and so that's not what's happening here. This isn't a click, right? He's not a vendor selling clicks here, at least not in this forum, right? It's an open public square. That's what Twitter is. Everybody's out there saying a bunch of shit all the time, right? It wasn't tagged. It wasn't at him. He's just talking, spreading some concern. Maybe he wanted some feedback. Maybe he wanted to be reassured. Maybe he wanted someone to come up and say, hey, man, this could be all right, and here's why. You never gave him that benefit of the doubt. I don't think he's after anything, at least not on Twitter. Do you have any idea how little impact Twitter actually has on our YouTube channels? It's not much.
Yeah. Basically a place to promote what you're doing.
with varying degrees of success.
Yeah.
Like most of my hey, look at this cute puppy tweets get way more traction than my I'm going to be doing this stream or this video tweets, yeah. Right? I'm not your mama. Yoda-sama. The people who fall for the clickbait at least be fans. I mean, like I don't think he's looking for anything. I think he's just talking, and we're allowed to do that.
Oh yeah, like to just go onto Twitter and say, "Oh, these are my concerns for the Indiana Jones movie." You have every right to, and you should. Like, everyone tell your concerns. It's really, this is my biggest problem with what is considered modern fandom. If it means you cannot critique or criticize the things you love, that takes your fan card away, then you're not a fan of shit. You're a fan of whatever the newest property is. You're a fan of being led to the newest product to buy by your fucking nose. You're just a fan of being taken advantage of. And that's what these people want. They want you to be blind consumers. Mm-hmm. Look, it doesn't matter to them that you spent $1,000 on a screen accurate Indiana Jones costume because that is not officially licensed by Lucasfilm. No, a real fan of James Mangold is the dude that'll spend $20 on a ticket and then maybe a t-shirt. because Lucasfilm will get a cut of that sale. Oh, it doesn't matter that you had a fucking 1-to-1 fertility idol replica built. It doesn't matter that you dedicated your den to, your classic Bullwhip collection because you're Hero Indiana. No. You may be a fan like that, but to people like Mangold, if you're not a marketable fan, see, fandom means can they make fucking money from you, not how much you love the property. Oh, you're not a Marvel fan because you didn't buy the Shang-Chi action figure line, but it doesn't matter that you spent $157,000 to go get X-Men #1 whatever graded condition, because Disney didn't get a cut of that. You're not a modern fan. You're not marketable. That's what they mean by fans. That's all that they mean. People that they can get money from, not people 100. That have given money in the past. You're done. You're an old sale. You don't matter.
It's crazy because it's so bizarre. It doesn't matter if you own Obi-Wan's lightsaber and Anakin's lightsaber and Luke's lightsaber and Mace's lightsaber. It doesn't matter if you have a wall full of them. If you didn't go get Rey's, you're not a fan. That's crazy. Like, maybe Rey sucks.
Yeah.
Maybe it turns out I really want to get another lightsaber. Give me a reason. I will happily go get another lightsaber. I want a bigger wall. Like, I'll get another house, right? Like, they don't understand. People buy houses to fit all the shit that they want to buy, right? Like, you get a bigger house for all the shit you want. People do that, right? Like, people will literally build rooms onto their houses in order to house this kind of stuff. Give us the reason to do so, please. Blind faithfulness, blind loyalty is nothing short of a cult. I'm not on board with being a cultist.
Mary, they want sheep, like the chat said. Oh, are you calling for animals?
No, please. Okay, I wasn't thinking. I apologize.
What are you doing here, and where are my horses?
This is what he does, Nick. You see what he does? You see what he does to me? This is every week.
I do that too. See, I don't only have like mean buttons. I got fun ones like this.
Excellent.
Horseshit.
Horseshit, you say?
I said horseshit.
Horse.
What is that from?
YouTube?
Is that from a movie or something?
I don't know. I just typed in scary horse and found it.
Wow.
There's like a lot more to the video too. This is only like, I think there's like 12 seconds of it on this channel, but there's a lot more. It's like it's like 2 or 3 minutes, but it's like really weird. It gets weird.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Hey, Mary, every time you get uncomfortable, I'm going to press this button.
Guess what, motherfucker?
Sing me the song of my people.
You want me to sing you the song of your people? What is the song of your people?
Who's that Pokemon? It's
dead.
There you go. Something to fucking lighten the mood.
Rude.
If you guys like Pokemon, you should check out. I don't know if you've ever heard of Bruce Stew.
Who?
On YouTube. Bruce Stew on YouTube. That they make animated short videos, but they have a lot of Pokemon ones. They're freaking hilarious. But yeah, definitely check out Bruce Stew in your free time.
Oh shit! I'm not gonna be like. I'm not gonna lie. I like the Pokemon of my youth. I don't keep up with it today. I enjoy it,
and he talks about it from his youth, because I think he's probably right around the same age as you.
Yeah, okay. Like if he's like, I like a big guy. Like I enjoy that. And busting out a Haunter every once in a while, but like, I don't know. I couldn't tell you stats.
Yeah, and they don't just do all Pokemon stuff. They have a couple videos, but he does videos on telling old stories. But it's freaking hilarious. I mean, when I first ran across him, I was sitting here rolling.
Pokey Pants. Sorry, that got me happy.
I don't know if this makes me a terrible 90s kid or the most honest one, but I look back at Pokemon and I question why. Like there are things I'm like, why did I watch this?
Yeah,
It
that
had
came
some
after
messages of, like,
my time.
Yeah, dude, it was weird back then. Like I never watched a show where the main kid cried a lot. I was just like, all right, Ash, just continue on.
Ash is legitimately retarded. Okay, no, that child is stupid. No, seriously. Like, there's this one episode where it's Sabrina. She's like the psychic master.
Yeah, I remember.
Right? Yeah, her dad is like trying to get him to rescue him, right? And all of the signs are being dropped that's her dad, right? And Ash just keeps like throwing out things like, oh, you must be like her teacher, right? Ash is legitimately retarded. This child is stupid. He should be at home being protected by someone. He should have a helmet. He should not be allowed outside of rooms that aren't padded, generously padded. This child is stupid. And he's been allowed to wander around out in the woods on his own, getting progressively more stupid because he keeps getting beat up.
Mary, have you ever heard of this?
No, I haven't.
I'll just tell you briefly. It's so the Ash is dead theory. So why Ash doesn't age? Ash is the protagonist of the Pokemon anime whose goal is to be the greatest Pokemon master of all time. So this is what happens when fans have questions about things that really don't need questions or have answers. So when the show began back in '97, Ash started on his journey throughout the Pokemon world at age of 10, and several years later, he's still 10 years old. There have been many fan theories to why he's perpetually 10. Some range from a coma-induced dream, while others look at evidence within the series to answer this commonly answered question. So one of them is that he's dead. So in the Pokemon episode of the Tower of Terror, Chandelier fell on Ash and Pikachu. Haunter then pulled their souls out of their bodies, causing them to become ghosts. At the end of the episode, Ash and Pikachu returned to their bodies, making it possible that Ash and Pikachu are ghosts possessing their old bodies.
Ghosts possessing. What about the decay? Wouldn't it start to decay at some point? And would they just stick himself in a Pokeball every few days and have Nurse Joy chuck him into a Pokemon?
That's Brock's dream. Now, the coma theory one is the better one. It's according to this creepypasta-inspired theory. During the first episode of Pokemon, Ash is accidentally electrocuted by one of the Pikachus. He then slips into a coma. The coma theory explains some of the basics from the series. It answers the questions as to why Ash never physically ages, and it also explains why there is a Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny throughout the region. And it also explains why children are sent off on journeys throughout the Pokemon world without adult supervision. It also explains that characters like Brock and Misty were actually figments of his coma-induced imagination. And it also states that Brock represents his sexuality, and because Ash never knew what sex was, this is the answer as to why Brock never became involved with any of the women he tried to woo. Misty's only dream is because she was based on a girl, is that Ash knew in real life prior to his accident, and simply added her in there. Giovanni was supposed to be Ash's father, as he represented as a villainous image in his imagination, because Giovanni had disavowed him for his supposed sexuality, and Jesse and James were supposed to represent his purity, since they were at a time only. Fuck it. See what I'm saying? This is a really weird and deep
It's
thing.
really involved. It's really involved, and I'm going to be honest with you. I just don't give a fuck.
I don't either.
So, did you guys collect the cards and stuff growing up?
No,
Yeah,
I liked Pogs.
So the only experience I have with the cards, the Pokemon cards that all the kids were collecting, was I worked at Hibbett Sports, and they started selling freaking boxes and packs of Pokemon cards at the cash register at Hibbett's. And I was like, this is a sporting goods store. Why are we selling these stupid cards? But all the kids would come in and buy them all the time. I mean, they sold. And there was a group of kids that came in and bought a bunch. And there was one kid that I was like, you going to get some, little man? And he was like, oh, I don't have any money. And they were all opening their cards. Oh, look what I got. And he was just sitting there looking at them. So I bought the kid freaking 7 packs. And I was like, here you go, man. Go open those with your friends. But, man, the kids freaking love those things.
I don't know. I liked Pogs. I never played the card stuff. I got into Magic when I was a bit older, but
I had all of them. The first 151 Pokemon, and then Ancient Mew and all that fun shit. Yeah, I was really into collecting those cards, even more than watching the show. After I lost interest in the show, I kind of was. I bought into the hype. Gotta catch them all, so I made sure we did. My mom and I hunted every one of those fucking things down.
Do you still have them?
Oh yeah, they're in a binder. I never once I got them, I put them in the binder and never touched them, so they're like new.
Wow, I heard some of those things are pretty expensive.
Hey, you know,
like
if they go
worth
up
a lot
in
of
value,
money.
if they go up in value, I'll be happy. I'm gonna bring them back from Ohio, so yeah, I'll make a YouTube video about it one day. So, Odin's movie blog is part of this conversation, and James Mangold also continues to get ornery. At the end of this, though, what I really wanted to get to was there's a response that someone says to right here. Here we go from Jorge Miraz. And it says, "Wow, a lot of drama." Wait, no, sorry. There we go. This is what he says. I looked up your IMDb. Nice dude. Don't know what fuzz is about. You got some I've enjoyed very much, which makes me hopeful for Indy 5. Don't take it personal, mate. Last Indy left us disappointed. We got issues with Kathleen Kennedy standing up Star Wars. None of that on you. Make a great film. I wish somebody would have just started with Lucasfilm has ruined Star Wars. If you could have started with that point, no director has an argument because you start out with that. They go, no, they haven't. Where did all that money go? Those people didn't just magically disappear. Thanos doesn't really just snap them away. Yeah. So there's your argument killer. If you go in well versed in knowledge or information, you can kind of just shut this shit down quickly. Sadly, this conversation reads of somebody discussing their opinion and then some crazy director coming after him. It's like Jaws, Matthew Cage is just out there swimming, and then boom, James Mangold wants to bite your leg off. James, stop.
Well, they did have somebody, I think it was Price of Reason, who came in with the Star Wars aspect of it a little further down.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Yeah. I think it was Price of Reason who popped up and was like, hey, look, no offense against you, dude, but, we have concerns because of that. And he actually responded pretty reasonably. Yeah. Real talk, it wasn't another George Lucas IP.
That's the one.
Yeah. And he was like, hey, I understand that point. That in and of itself, if you'd have led with that, dude, like, if you'd have led with that sort of level of understanding, right? But when communication breaks down and people start to think that they can't talk to one another because one person is angry, even when someone's extended an olive branch, that's kind of it, like both people have to be willing to come to the table to discuss. And that's what happened here was even when Matthew Kaddish extended an olive branch, it was like, hey, look, prove me wrong, man. It's not like I want to be right about this. It's not like I want this to be the case. I'm an Indy fan. But by that point, and I'm sorry, but this is where I'm going to stick to my guns here. Mangold is only having a reasonable conversation with someone who he doesn't feel personally affronted by. He's not capable of coming to the table with someone who he feels slighted him, right? He can't do that. And I'm sorry, but that tells me what I need to know about Mangold. Because here's the thing. As an adult, there are going to be people that you're going to need to get along with in this life who are going to have said things and done things that you're not going to like, that aren't going to feel nice, that aren't going to feel good. You're going to have to suck that up a little bit, and you're going to have to, grab your bootstraps or, grab your nuts a little bit and be like, okay, but I'm still going to have to deal with these people. And so when they extend an olive branch and they attempt to speak to you as an adult, you need to be ready to take that and to embrace that moment, that chance, that opportunity. Because if you can't, you're only going to widen that gap between you and the other side, right? He couldn't do that for anyone who he felt had said something that stung, right? He couldn't do that for anyone. He was able to do that with this Price of Reason person. He was able to do that with the other one, but he couldn't do it with Matthew because he's a man baby, because he's fragile. I'm sorry, but you don't know how to adult properly, right? If this is all it took to get you to a point where you couldn't have a conversation, you need to nut the fuck up.
Yep, I agree.
Disney should lose custody of Star Wars after the sequel trilogy. I agree.
Yeah. There's I just shared my screen, Jeff. I thought this was another one that I saw. yesterday where William says you can't blame people for being skeptical. With you making an indie movie with a 78-year-old Harrison Ford, especially after the disastrous Crystal Skull, killed any excitement for the franchise. And if you think Crystal Skull was great, we really are in trouble. And he responds, you do understand sometimes this attitude puts people like me in a terrible position. If we don't publicly renounce works made by friends and peers, then we are triggering your fears. But privately, we might be in agreement on many things. And I thought that was an interesting thing, because anybody that is works in the industry in Hollywood or works with writers and producers and all that sort of stuff knows that you can't just go out there and trash all this other stuff, by other people. You end up making enemies, getting blackballed. So, I mean, I think there's probably maybe some truth behind some of this, where maybe he feels the same way that a lot of the fans do about Star Wars and about Crystal Skull. But I did like his work with Logan, Ford and Ford versus Ferrari. Walk the Line was great. So I like a lot of his work, but regardless of that, people still have concerns, and a lot of that has to do with the way the Star Wars characters have been treated. Kathleen Kennedy, the story group, all that sort of stuff. It's just left a bad taste in everyone's mouth, and they just don't want. And then, of course, with Crystal Skull, people just don't want this character ruined. No. At the end of the day.
That's a lot of people. Like, first off, leave this up on the screen because I'm glad you brought this to my attention. I didn't know the story went.
Yeah, I didn't know it existed either.
See, this paints him in a more reasonable light. I'm not saying it undoes anything he said or any actions or any of this stuff.
Yeah, he was still a dickhead in some of those responses he made. For sure.
Of course. You don't need to say the shit you say. Like, the people that on the Salty Nerd podcast really didn't deserve that shit. They are just, hey, we don't live in basements. We have a cool Batman statue. Like,
yeah.
Why shit on why are you like so ready to destroy somebody's happiness? Like, I'd like a Batman statue. Thank you. But you do learn a little more about the guy as you read more of the responses. And I think this is a really good one that's a lot more telling, because you can't say these things. You got to not toe the line, but you got to play nice around your friends. Sometimes artists are very frail. And so sometimes you got to go, oh, that looks great, or that's awesome, or whatever. And you're just like, dude, chuck your ego, or, whatever. Yeah. So this makes him just seem like a real person. Like, it just seems like, oh, I can't. I'm in this weird position.
See, it still feels really complaining to me, because you're talking to a customer about how they've put you in this awkward position because you're not allowed to publicly acknowledge that a shitty movie that everyone agrees is shitty. What the actual fuck? Like, I get what you're saying, that privately, like, of course he agrees with us. Everyone agrees with us. Everyone knows that movie sucks, right? Or if you thought otherwise, we would know that you're an asshat, right? Everyone agrees with us. The people who made it agree with us, right? Like, this is not some risque opinion to have. So why is it so difficult for you to acknowledge it? Why is Hollywood so frail as to put themselves before the people who are paying for this shit, right? Like, we are the ones who are going to give you the money to finance this stuff. At the end of the day, we are the ones that you need to be pleasing. And look, I get it, friends and peers, and you need to get along and play nice. But there is a world that exists in which you can acknowledge that something isn't the best, right? And not be an asshat to your peers and your coworkers, and still alleviate the concerns of the fans. That's not that hard of a tightrope to walk. All you have to do is, and you're on fucking Twitter of all places. You can literally proofread that shit before you put it out there. You can call a publicist and check that they're going to be cool with you saying this thing first, right? Like, this is not a thing you have to hit send on before it didn't just pop out of your mouth. This is Twitter. Why is this difficult? Why are people this fragile?
Yeah, they should really have a button on Twitter, like, once you get done typing something, that pops up that says, "Are you sure you want to send this?"
Right?
you know. And you have to click yes like 3 more times, you know.
Here's a weird question for you guys. Somebody like a Mangold who has to play the game, but then makes a movie that, you know, plays to the sensibilities of the character. Is somebody like that more important than somebody that wants to be like a Zack Snyder, wants to fake kiss your ass, then make a bullshit movie, and then shit on you after he gets his way and kind of dupe the fans? Like, what would you rather have? Actually, no. What's more important, do you think? Somebody that's going to be kind of a testy dickhead, but actually kind of gets it and wants to make the best thing, or the fake Zack Snyder?
The latter, for sure, for me.
Hold on, what's the question exactly?
What do you think is worse? Somebody like James Mangold, who is being a testy asshole, but will acknowledge this, and then could be one of those people that is making the movie for that, you know, for those people that have those concerns.
Oh, which is worse.
Like
which is worse. Yeah. So I would say the Zack Snyder thing is worse. This one is actually not worse.
Yeah, that's where I am too. It's like I'm as disappointed in all that stuff, but you know, Zack Snyder was way worse. Zack Snyder really did lie to people and stuff like that. I'm not giving James Mangold a pass, but if you judge everybody based on their last work, was Ford versus Ferrari was his last film, right? I like that one a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's incapable of making, but you can only work with the pieces that you're given to work with, right? Like look, you can be an amazing nurse, but if you go in and they don't give you any of the medicine and the tools that you need to do the job well, you're still going to have people dying left and right? Like, so you can only accomplish what you can accomplish with the tools and the supplies that you're given. And I'm not saying that Mangold is a terrible director or any of that. What I am saying is that a lot of our problems, a lot of our issues don't have anything to do with him. They don't stem from him. Maybe he's a wonderful person. Maybe he's a terrific director. Maybe he has a lot to offer. But dude, you're being given scraps, okay? Like maybe you can make a half decent meal out of a bunch of leftovers, but it's still going to need to be reheated, and it's never as good. I'm sorry, dude. Like no one's saying you're awful. We're saying you've got shit to work with.
Damn right he does. I mean, these movies are one story. There's not multiple universes and different timelines. Like, this has to follow number 4, which sucked. So that means, okay. In 2015, when The Force Awakens was coming out, it was always sold on the return of the cast, this, that, and the other. You had that. The people that could come back for Indiana Jones can't. So because they couldn't get Denholm Elliott or Sean Connery at the time, Denholm Elliott had passed away, excuse me. They killed off Marcus because he passed away in the real world. They killed off Sean Connery's character, Henry Sr., because he wouldn't come back. Sala, I don't know if Sala's dead either. So they can't.
He's still alive.
Oh, he is? Okay, Sala's dead. So he's going to come back. That's my guess.
I would like for him to come back for sure.
Well, ask yourself this question, Nick. How many different characters can you bring back from Indiana Jones? And the answer is not many, because most of them die in the films or they're dead in real life, sadly. So you can't bring back Marcus or Sean Connery for story and real life reasons. Sala, okay, that's your big one. What are you going to do? Bring back Willie Scott? Indy got married to Marion. You don't really need her back. What's it going to do? Short Round comes back. Cool. For 5 minutes to say, okie dokie, Dr. Jones, like, is that really going to sell a movie ticket? No, it's not. Yeah. And the whole point I'm getting at is you can't Force Awakens this, Lucasfilm, because you did that before. The Force Awakens was built off the template created by Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Again, this is a company that only has a handful of films. They just so happen to be some of the most successful films ever and, control everything.
The one thing about Indiana Jones, though, is all the movies could literally stand on their own for the most part. It's single movies. So maybe they go into this thing pretending that number 4 never happened. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, I'm very cautiously optimistic because I really do want this movie to be good because I love the Indiana Jones character.
No, you're gonna be so disappointed.
Oh, I'm like I said, I'm not. Ever since the Last Jedi came out, I can't get overly excited for anything. And now it's like even if it's complete crap, I'm not going to be disappointed because I never really expected it to be great, anyways.
Mm-hmm.
But I do want it to be good,
of course.
But yeah, I'll go in and watch it when and after it's over, I'll more than likely probably be like, God, that was terrible. Or, maybe I would even be okay if I came out of it saying, okay, it wasn't that bad. I would take not that bad over that was absolute a shit show garbage mess,
See, I gotta be a little confrontational with you there, Nick. I'm altogether pissed off and done and over this whole I'll take it not being that bad. And look, I respect it, right? Because at this point you got to take what you can get, right? But I'm getting a little sick and tired of it to the point now where I'm like, look, what is that old saying? Shoot for the moon, and even if you miss, at least you'll hit the stars, right? When did this whole concept of mediocrity become the settling place for everybody? When did it didn't suck everything, like it didn't suck all of the balls in a row, so perhaps I can live with this, right? It's getting more and more frustrating and infuriating as a fan to hit that point where it's like, okay, so I understood the words that came out of their mouth, and therefore I can accept this as passable. I'm just getting more and more upset and frustrated that I feel like we just need to demand better. We need to demand more. And I know that may be in and of itself right now that won't change much. But I think that consistent, like setting the bar high and explaining like, this is where the bar is, people. And look, throw your diversity in if you want to, right? If you want to make the successor to Indiana Jones a girl, I don't actually care. But if you could make me care about her, that's what I need you to do, right? I need you to set the bar high. If you're going to do this, make it work. Make me believe it. I don't actually care what's between their legs. I don't actually care who they bone, right? Like, I just want to care about the character. And I think that lack of demand of excellence is probably how we got here in the first place. Does that make sense? I know that was like hostile.
I do want excellence for this movie. But my point was that I don't want them to shit on this character the way that they did with Luke and Han in the sequel trilogy. I definitely want it to be great, but if they just at least don't do that, like I won't be overly ticked off about it. Yeah, I'll be like, yeah, the movie wasn't great. Whatever. It just, I probably won't watch it again, but I don't want to come out of there fuming like I did after The Last Jedi.
Right. I think that's a bare minimum line, though. I'm so tired.
Yeah.
I'm emotionally exhausted, Jeff.
I was emotionally gutted by The Force Awakens, Mary. It hurt. So nothing can ever be as bad
as The Force Awakens?
Yeah, The Force Awakens, that's the one I hate.
Okay, look, I agree with you. I'm just surprised. Because everybody says Last Jedi, and I was angry too. Like when I walked out, I was so pissed off at it. I'm always surprised when people like pinpoint it right there. That makes me happy, but I'm always surprised when people do, because everybody's like, nobody seemed to get on board until The Last Jedi came out. I was like, finally.
Yeah, the first one I was not a huge fan of, but I was like, okay, I'm gonna give it a chance. Luke's coming in the next one. Like, there's still hope for this. And then after the second one, then I was like, okay, it's done. Which then, of course, made the previous one even worse for me. So, those are three movies I'll never watch again in my entire life.
No need to.
Yeah, no.
So let's check back in with the audience. So the audience, where were we? All right, Drew with Comics Elite says, merchandising, what's that? Well, it's what Lucasfilm used to specialize in.
Yeah, and they were really good at it.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to avoid buying Indiana Jones action figures. I'm just going to be honest. I wanted them so much as a kid, and then when the fourth one came out, I bought every piece of merchandise. So I'll do my best.
You know they're gonna make a hot toy.
They made one already, and it looked like shit. So if they can make one that looks like Harrison Ford, I've been waiting.
Yeah. Those things are just too expensive for me.
Dude, hot toys are pricey as shit.
Yeah.
So Wolfpain says, you got to remember Disney panders to simple consumers. These are people of the land, the common clay of new profit margins. Morons. Yeah. It's normie is a good way to describe the people that are, appealing to or they're trying to appeal to. It's lowest common denominator rules, always. People will buy into that shit. That's why Campbell's soup and all this stuff is super popular, yet super generic. And it's kind of shitty, but whatever. Just most people like it, and they keep making it. Donald Camp, thank you very much. We did read your super chat earlier when it popped up, so you didn't have to wait that long. So thank you very much, Donald. Hopefully you're having fun at work. The John Beck says, LOL, Mary, secret only for us, not you peasants.
Yeah, that in regards to that, knowing what's going on behind the scenes or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I get it, but just stop lying to us. Like, why you gotta make, like, Ewan McGregor lied to us for years about Obi-Wan Kenobi. You know what was going on, you asshole.
Yeah.
Just saying, don't lie to us. There's no need for all of that. It's so weird.
The Last Millennial asks, we already read that one about John Campia. Thank you very much to The Last Millennial. Christopher Mills asks, can you do a Dr. Buffalo, Jeff? Now, do you mean like as in the doctor, like in a TARDIS, or do you mean like a medical procedure like Dr. Sexy MD, something like that? Would you watch a show where I was a doctor?
I'm not sure I want to know where this is going.
What kind of doctor would you be, Jeff?
A plastic surgeon wear your face, Mary.
Nick, help, please.
So does he do this all the time? I've never heard this voice before.
Just help me. Please help me. Please help me.
I'm mentally reaching through the screen and grabbing you, Mary.
Mary, the doctor is in.
Uncultured Barbarian, thank you very much. He asks, or says, so in which Terminegro movie is it going to take on the Conqueror Mickey Mouse or Mouse Mickey?
What?
So, okay, let me explain this to you. We have, sorry, I just read Augment Some Breast, Dr. Jeff, and my brain just was like, oh, shit. Anyway, sorry. To answer the question from Uncultured Barbarian, thank you. So, Terminegro is one of our parodies we have on the World Class Bullshitters podcast. He's basically a time-traveling black dude, robot, who goes back to like colonial days and fights George Washington or something. It's dumb. It's something we came up with on the show, but people bring it up. So what it's going to be essentially, Mary, is little backup stories and comics and stuff. When we have crazy ideas on the show, well, we don't have the money to make a Terminegro pilot, but I can create a comic and put it in the back of Wokebusters. So, Uncultured Barbarian, stick around. You never know where Terminegro is going to go. But we are trying to make our own entertainment and make better entertainment for the world.
Okay. I like it. You should make his counterpart feminazi. And have her have like robot Gucci boots.
I have a character called Feminazi. I'll tell you off air because I don't want my secret out there, but I'll explain it to you. It's pretty funny. I've developed her and her little group. So when I do the SJW trading cards, she'll be on there.
Okay. All right. I'm down. I like this.
Last Millennial, thank you very much for your generous super chat. Hey, good enough answer. How do you feel about the racist, ungrateful, no good cisgender women guys you have on your stream here? Mary, I'm kidding. Love you. What are the chances Marvel screws up the X-Men?
All the chances. That's exactly what's going to happen. Yeah. I happen to enjoy these cisgendered, whatever he just called you guys. I think they're pretty great. Here's why. I'll tell you why. Because if it push came to shove, I know that both of them would be like reach through the internet and pat me on the shoulder and be like, "It's okay, Mary," and hopefully that would extend to, you know, women and children on the lifeboats first. I know that's awful. I'm sorry.
Oh my God. David, this is hilarious. In surgery, just before you go under, Buffalo Jeff walks in, leans over and says, "Don't worry. You're in my hands now."
You're a bad person.
No, I'm not even doing Buffalo Jeff.
No, the David guy.
Oh.
No, I have to live with that now.
You know what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to start reading like weird erotic ASMR and then just scaring Mary with it.
I will not be here for that.
Jesse supports it.
Jesse, no! You're my friend!
Yeah, but, you know, sometimes friends like to see friends suffer.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to pay.
Holy hell.
You got to pay extra. Sorry, Mary. Nah, not yet. Caffeinated Wolf, thank you very much. He says, Plank and Brie as regular Brie's bark, and Plank, Brie, and regular Brie's bark is worse than her bite.
He's a fan of the puns. He's a punny guy.
Oh, it's from Pocahontas. See, that shit's gonna work on me because I don't remember Pocahontas or most Disney movies that weren't The Lion King or Aladdin. But God damn it, thank you, Jesse, for helping me out. Now I can know when Caffeinated Wolf's trying to pull a fast one on us. I don't respect that Pocahontas movie, bro. It's no Mulan. You know,
I never saw it.
You never saw it?
No.
Oh, when they add back in the song, "If I Never Knew You," I like it better.
Oh, I'd like to jump backwards quickly to the last millennial. You asked me a question about the X-Men. Let me give you a reason why I have very little faith in the X-Men. Oh God, when's Kevin Feige gonna yell at me on Twitter? Please, Kevin, please
Right?
yell at me on Twitter. Oh no, my point I'm getting at is the X-Men are the perfect representation of every stupid corporate or SJW or any of that shit you guys are trying to do out in Hollywood land. But because it doesn't look the right way, it's not as marketable, it's going to be ruined because you have X-Men from every walk of life, from every, you want to be this or that or anything. The X-Men had all of that, but it's not enough for these people. We have learned that give an inch, take a mile. It's like, all right, you gave them an inch, they took the fucking planet. So now it's crazy town everywhere you go. And the X-Men can't be created, classic X-Men can't be created in this environment because we don't live in a sane environment. You won't have a Hugh Jackman level Wolverine. He can't be manly or he can't be any of these things like that. He's got to be weird and different. We'll probably get a guy like, was it Timothy Chalamet, that skinny weird guy, to play a Wolverine.
Oh, jeez.
And then you'll have to make sure that like Storm's the leader, which is fine, but you'll make sure that Storm represents this, that, and the other, and it's going to become a really weird platform for shit that I'm not into. So last millennial, I hope I've given you a good enough answer, but if Marvel could just, I don't know, make a live action version of the X-Men team, that gold team, or the blue team, shit. Anyway, make that X-Men team, put them on screen just fighting Magneto and shit. I don't need a deeper message right away. That could make a bunch of money. A good, fun X-Men movie. Come on.
I would settle for a Rogue movie, a Rogue and Gambit movie.
I would love to see Rogue come and steal Captain Marvel's powers, like what actually happens in the comics. And then Brie is, given a desk at the office, for desk duty.
I want the lifeless husk of Brie Larson to be laying there as the Rogue absorbs all of her powers and flies off to go fuck shit up. God, that would be amazing.
Fans would go nuts, man.
That's hotness.
Yeah.
I would watch that. But I would watch a Gambit Rogue movie too, in that classic like romance. Well, maybe I don't know if I'd want to watch their movie. I just want an X-Men movie that's good enough to have that story in it.
Yeah.
Like I don't want a POV character of Kitty Pryde or Jubilee.
Sure. Nobody wants one of Jubilee.
No, of course not. Can we just make an X-Men movie that's like straight to the point of the team. I don't need to see Professor X scouring the planet looking for his team, his international team from Giant X-Men. No, like have the X-Men be there. Like in your next Batman movie or your next Superman iteration, just have them be there as the hero. You wanted these characters, if you want to say this branding has been successful, these characters are now in the public eye more so than ever before, including their origin stories, which are intrinsic to them. Those films are hugely successful, and you can't really tell the same origin. We've reached critical mass with that. So X-Men is the same thing. We've had technically a reboot. See, X-Men did it perfectly, where you told your story, then you did a different one, and then you tied it together through weird time travel, and it kind of worked. Yeah. But no one wants to sit through, because you can't like retcon the real world. We sat through those movies in 2011 and 14 and whenever the last couple were. You got to start really just as them established, and it's got to be pretty straightforward. Like no fucking around with the X-Men. This could be your biggest thing because it's the only Marvel property that can have a sub franchise as big as the MCU itself, just from X-Men.
Yep.
Now, go ahead.
Are you doing what I think you're about to do?
We'll be talking about Loki in a moment.
Oh, okay.
Last Millennial says, watch them screw it up. So, in regard to the X-Men.
Oh, yeah. Of course they will.
Now, Infinite Wonder, thank you very much, says, found out they're making a Borderlands film where the mega corporations are single guys, General Knox is a woman, and Tina and Krieg are MCs instead of Mordecai and Brick. How is this Borderlands? Well, Infinite Wonder, I play Borderlands 2 and 3. This isn't Borderlands. This is Bino, Borderlands in name only. Isn't that awesome that they can make a Borderlands movie that just misses the point? We had this really nice golden period where you could adapt something and kind of get the essence of it correctly. But now we're back to like 1996 levels of just missing the ball completely or missing the mark completely. Like, you know, this is like pre-Batman and Robin era shit where it's dumb. They're just so... I don't know how to describe it besides stupid. I apologize for the redundancy of the word tonight, but a lot of dumb things happen on the... Ugh. Anyway. Let's talk about Loki. Unless you guys want to... is there anything you guys would like to add about the Borderlands stuff? Have you guys played Borderlands?
I have the games, and I've played very little of them, but I didn't even know they were making a Borderlands movie.
For the guy, me, that goes, oh, they could make video game movies and I'd be on board. This is one I didn't want to see because it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I have no concept of Borderlands. I mean, I know of the game. I know that it exists. I can't speak anything to it. I don't know. I've never played it.
I haven't played it all the way through from start to finish, but...
Mary, I would strongly suggest when you have the time to check it out. It's
really fun.
I just picked back up World of Warcraft.
Oh, so you're not going to have much time ever again?
Ever again. I am going to spend the rest of my days adhering myself to a computer chair, slowly but surely.
Are you excited for the Diablo 2 Resurrected game?
I never got into Diablo much. It was just not my jam. But I do love World of Warcraft. It's been a while since I've played, so I'm a little rusty. But I picked up my tank today and went straight into a dungeon and tanked it no problem. So let's see.
There you go. No problem, folks. You heard it here first on the High Council. Now, I have a little problem with Loki. Not for, the obvious reasons, but I thought Loki kind of missed the mark completely from that. It's got to be entertaining. I went in to watch this show thinking, oh, this is going to be cool. It's going to be different. I love Tom Hiddleston.
I love Tom Hiddleston.
I watched basically 20 minutes of old Avengers movie clips and then whatever moments of Thor the Dark World rehashed. I didn't think this was an actual TV episode.
I thought that the acting was pretty crummy, with the exception. Okay, so Owen Wilson and Tom Hiddleston had a great dynamic when they were together, and I thought Tom Hiddleston, spoiler, had a pretty great, not full spoiler. I'll be careful, but And it had a pretty great moment towards the end, wherever he sort of did a recap of his life and he watches some of those events go down. And I thought he acted that well. But Tom Hiddleston had this weird fluidity about him, where he was essentially mirroring in his talent abilities whoever he was across from. So if it was that really bad actress in the beginning, remember that like time chick with the baton who was super like, oh, she's a black woman, so we got to make her super powerful, and she just took out Loki because that makes all the sense in the world, despite the fact that he's fucking Loki and he's in the regular world right now. She was awful, and he was awful with her. And I was like, no, Tom, no, I love you. Stop. Be good. Come back, Tom. Come back. And he got better, but most of the acting, with the exception of Owen Wilson and Tom Hiddleston when he was opposite Owen, was really bad.
Yeah, what'd you think, Nick?
I have to be honest. I've tried watching this show 4 separate times. 4 separate times. And I've fallen asleep every single time in the first episode.
Yeah, it's doable.
Every single time.
Yeah, this is one of those shows, like, it's becoming increasingly difficult to it's not about blindly defending it, but it's kind of like becoming difficult to even try to justify that the Marvel brand is still as strong as it was just 2 years ago. Like 2019 was peak MCU value. You had 3 $1 billion plus films. Captain Marvel, Endgame made what? Almost 3, and then Spider-Man was another $1 billion film. Mm-hmm. Have they ever had that much success in a single year? Maybe, and I could be wrong, give me the numbers, but like, they're really, really, really coming off of this high, this high. And then, you could say, well, the world shut down the pandemic, but that didn't really reflect. These shows aren't made because of the changes in the world. They wrote these shows before that. They were in production maybe during, but still, like, these shows don't have a built-in excuse of, well, it was a COVID production, blah, blah, blah. No.
Yeah, there's a lot of planning that went into these.
Well, I would argue there's a lack of planning where the audience, the show knows where it wants to go, but it never understands where it is. I heard somebody say that, and I thought that was a great point. The show isn't where it doesn't know where it wants, or it knows where it's going because it has to know. All the episodes are done, but like, it doesn't actually know where it sits with the audience. It doesn't know where it sits in the greater scheme of things all the time.
I actually had a really wonderful stream with Geekdom 101 last Wednesday on it. We did a review of it, and he and I were at odds. He'd kind of gone into it, and he did notice that there were some issues. He kind of went into it with like, hey, overall, I liked it pretty well. And I was like, dude, the continuity in this, the writing is so piss poor. And we had this wonderful back and forth, and he came out of it and he was like, you know what, you kind of changed my mind. It's really bad. Like, even within its own like bare minimum basic need for continuity, it doesn't make sense. For example, and I'll give you guys a really good example of how the writing is so piss poor in this. When Loki goes to step before the judge, right? And she starts to say, he starts to bring up this really great explanation or question about, well, why am I here and the Avengers aren't? The Avengers very deliberately went to go and meddle with time, and he shouldn't have no knowledge of that. Okay, Loki should have no knowledge of the fact that the Avengers meddled with time. The excuse he gives in the scene is you can smell the cologne of 2 Tony Starks. This is called metagaming, guys. This is something you are not supposed to do. When you give a piss poor excuse for a character to know why the hell something happened that they should have no knowledge of, that's called metagaming, and it is expressly forbidden when you do this shit. The writing is awful. These people, that alone is a prime example of how they have no idea how to keep continuity. They have no respect for said continuity, and they are willing to bend the rules to breaking in order to get characters from point A to point B, regardless of whether or not it makes sense. It's a piss poor written show.
Now, do you have any interest in continuing on, either of you guys?
I'm a glutton for punishment.
Oh, okay. So
you're gonna keep watching, right?
I would like you to stop, sir.
I'm gonna watch it. just to check it out and kind of judge it for myself. But from what I'm hearing from everybody, like, yeah, I don't know how much I'm gonna like this. Like I got through WandaVision and I was completely lost and was like, okay, I don't even know what's going on here. Like, I still am just clueless on WandaVision. Falcon Winter Soldier, I actually liked at the beginning, but the last couple episodes, it was just so cringe for me, and I was just like, and I hated what they did. I didn't like the fact that Falcon was I actually respected Falcon for not taking up the mantle of Captain America. And I actually liked his character. I was beginning to like his character even more in this in the show. And I didn't like the other dude that they had as Captain America. I'm like, look, Captain America's dead. Like, you know, so yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch it, the Loki show, but I don't know how well I'm gonna really like it. I mean, I'm already struggling trying to get through Bad Batch, and it's hard.
I have abandoned that one, not because I'm like super angry. I just never went back.
Yeah, you're not missing anything.
I don't think I will. I don't really have the time right now. I mean, I'm having trouble making all the shit I want to make for YouTube. So why am I gonna sit down and watch that?
Yeah.
Now, I don't really. It's like 3 strikes and you're out. How many chances am I supposed to give Marvel on television as a guy that goes, oh, I like Marvel, I'm ready to watch these shows. Whatever's next, if it's not What If, I can just wait to watch that one in one sitting, because they don't really inspire me to go, oh, dude, I can't wait. I'm counting down the days. Like, I loved The Boys. I was excited for that fucking show. I really enjoyed parts of Captain America. Like you said in the beginning, I really thought that first episode knocked it out of the park.
Mm-hmm.
But that fucking speech he gave at the end broke it.
Oh, man.
I don't respect that show. Like, I can dislike stuff, but it's fine. Now, that show sends the wrong message in my eyes. And I'm like, these are the villains, and now we got to look at what the fuck, man. Like, bad guys should be bad guys. These people are doing the wrong shit. Like, it's not even. Anyway, we're not going to get to the ethics of that show. I should have written a video about it. But
hey, there's some content for you to make a video on.
Oh, yeah. I finally sitting down to do this. I have a ton of videos ready to write because I miss doing it. That's the thing. Everyone's like, oh, when are you coming back? Just been busy. I'll be back, folks. Don't worry.
And my brother's been trying to get me to watch The Boys forever. I still have not watched that show. You like it though?
I fucking love it for the most part.
All right, yeah. My brother really likes it. But I saw Gary over at Nerdrotic. I saw his review. And I guess he knows one of the guys who works on that show, and he did not like it. Not to say I wouldn't like it just because he doesn't like it, but I've heard mixed things on it.
Like, if you don't read the comic or are a fan of the comic, I don't think you'll have any issues with it, because for what it is, it's a well-written show that does point the mirror at both sides of the political spectrum. So
I know nothing about the comic.
Oh yeah, I picked up Hero-gasm as a joke once, but I didn't read any of the Boys, and I'm gonna treat the Boys differently. Unlike other superhero things that I get into, I'm just gonna watch the Boys as its own show and never read the book until the show's over, and then I'll judge.
Right.
So, is there anything else you guys want to say about Loki? Mary, do you still have interest in Marvel shows moving forward, or not really?
God, see, it's so frustrating and upsetting for me because Loki was the one I was most excited for. Because, I mean, obviously I'm a Hiddlestoner. I love Tom Hiddleston. I think he's great. And I feel like he's a great actor. And like there's so much, and I love the character. I love Loki, even though I recognized that it was kind of bizarre. I thought there was a possibility here to have something cool take place with his character. And I always did feel that there was something redeemable about him, right? And so I felt like he could land on a better note. I don't know that you could put him on a better note than the way that he died. God, he went out like a fucking boss, right? Like it was a great way. But if you were going to do this, there were options, there were venues, right? And I was so excited for Loki because that was the one show that I was really looking forward to. I thought could do better. I didn't expect them to break the MCU with him. Damn it! I did not expect them to break the MCU with him.
No, I have issues with the whole TVA and what that represents for two reasons. One, the morality is very alarming in the Marvel universe. It's this predetermined, like, unless this show dictates who is the one that predetermines outside of the giant space lizard thing they joke about, like, it really sets up an interesting precedent and in a positive way, an interesting discussion to be had about what matters in Marvel. But okay, Mary,
are you comfortable with the sacrifice of Black Widow meaning nothing because she never had a choice? Are you comfortable with Tony Stark's sacrifice meaning nothing because he never had a choice? Are you comfortable with Stephen Strange saying that was the one outcome that would work, not meaning a thing because there was no other outcome that would ever be accepted? Are you okay with every single act by every character that you've come to know and love through every movie up to this point being completely predestined and determined, and no one having any say or choice, because if they'd chosen anything else, they would have immediately been murdered? Are you okay and are you comfortable with that? Because if the answer to that question for you is yes, then please continue watching and enjoying if you can do so. I personally cannot, because it sucks every ounce of joy that I have knowing that there's no way to perceive these characters as ever having done anything but what they were predestined and fated to do. It takes away from them every ounce of agency. And when you remove someone's agency, you remove any reason to love them for who they are as a character.
Yeah, and it ultimately makes everything a futile effort. It's like the weird example I'll make. When I went and saw the first Avengers movie, and Iron Man's flying through the city with the missile on his back, and he goes up through the hole, and they play the whole drama. Oh, he's gonna die, and it's like, wait, no, he's not. Iron Man 3 comes out next year, and I'm sucked out of the moment. That's how I feel about these things now, where it's like, oh, well, it was always meant to be, and to me, it's like bad Maz Kanata level writing, where it's like, oh, that's a story for another time, and then another time never happened. Like, where do we draw the line as audience members and fans? Where, oh, Mary, we're being sponsored by the NWO.
No, we're not. The fuck out of here.
Huh?
The fuck out of here.
Oh, I was just getting a ton of static from you.
I see it on there. The pagan god, by the way. No, stop it.
I can't. Where's Pagan God X when you need him?
No.
Where are the wrestling messages?
No. Damn.
No. So I'm gonna, I want to produce content about the TVA and the lack of meaning in Marvel, but what about it? Almost undoes like anything future as well. This Marvel is doing a really good job at disassembling their universe after spending 11 years building it up to get to Endgame. Yeah. They are really trying to what's the word I'm looking for? What's the
restructure?
Not recontextualize. Alan Moore does it with superheroes. It's like not reinventing, but whatever. I'm drawing a blank. Folks in the chat, please help me out here.
Are you talking about like the lack of ability to have a multiverse when the multiverse is being shut down? I'm trying to sort out where you're going with this.
No, all I was getting at is like Jeff needs an HBK button. Not say deconstruct. There we go. Thank you. Deconstructing. All they're trying to do is this deconstructing of their own universe now because they think it's deep. They're like, what can we do now that we've built it? Now we can tear it apart and understand what it means and then rebuild it again and do more.
No.
These
are Marvel fans, guys. Look, it's not meant to be that deep.
Yeah.
Like it really shouldn't. You shouldn't have to do that. Why don't you, if you want to insert more meaning, make a new character. Make new storyline, explore things. Absolutely. Don't destroy the things that have already come that people love before, right? Like leave those things be. We're good. We're comfortable. We're happy with it. They made money, right? They will continue to make money. if you leave them the fuck alone. Now, stop it. I want to be like one of those school teachers with the ruler. You know what I'm talking about? We just wrap their knuckles really hard. Leave it alone.
Be
No
careful,
touch.
Mary. Some might misconstrue that as, acts of love.
I should have thought of that. Sorry.
Sorry, Mary.
No, but you know what I mean. Like, it's like, stop it. Hands off. Do not touch. Just leave it alone. There's no reason that you can't tell these kinds of stories, right? You can tell a crazy sort of deconstructed story elsewhere if that's where you plan to go with it all along, right? Don't fuck up the things that we love in an instant because you didn't give it any further thought than that.
No. I mean, it's hard to fight that. It's just hard to watch your favorite shit die. I mean, I'm getting ready to watch James Bond and Indiana Jones just get to bite the big one, so yay me.
Yeah, it's not it's not a good time for a lot of these old IPs that have been around forever.
Yeah. Well, it's a good time to create this stuff though. So
yeah,
folks, if you have the ability, create. Check out Comicsgate stuff, our stuff. I'm part of Comicsgate. Yeah, but there's alternatives out there. This stuff has to start from somewhere. So these books were adapted. This shit was adapted from books. They'll eventually be adapting stuff. They'll never stop adapting stuff from comics because even in these dark periods, stuff like Road to Perdition is made when you didn't even know it was a graphic novel. So they'll always be looking. So make your own stuff. Change it yourself. Now, they don't really mention the gender fluid stuff in the first episode at all. So I'm guessing that comes later.
Well, it's probably Lady Loki.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
He's going up against himself. Remember?
I'm joking.
Like, well, no, like so it's spoiler alert. It's you, right? I think that's probably why it is. They'll probably consider Lady Loki that the character of Loki is gender fluid, insofar as that, there's two of him running around now, and one's male and one's female. So the character of Loki. That's my best guess. I don't actually think these people are intelligent enough to understand what current culture's definition of gender fluid even is, enough to depict that well on screen outside of anything other than, look, they're both Loki and one's a boy and one's a girl, gender fluid, da 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 da. Like, I think that's probably what they're gonna do.
All right. That wouldn't surprise me. That's for sure.
Now, there's one other thing I wanted to ask you guys. Have you guys heard about this not alleged, but the news right now, the Nickelodeon ratings drop? Have you guys been hearing about that?
Yeah, I saw something about that earlier, vaguely on Twitter. I don't remember where I saw it, though.
I have not heard about that.
So the Nickelodeon ratings crash, it's popping up on websites like CBN and the Post-Millennial and stuff. But apparently, because of the Pride Month stuff, the Nickelodeon viewership is dropping because it doesn't really match their demographic. So,
well, yeah, it's not supposed to. Oh, who was it that did it? Ben Shapiro's people did an article on it. Yeah, I saw that earlier on Twitter somewhere. I don't remember where.
So what kind of shows has Nickelodeon been doing over there? I don't watch Nickelodeon, so I have no clue what they're doing over there.
So I think they're playing a video. Hold on. They played something featuring drag queen Nina West. They have a Pride song.
Yeah.
And
with orange hair.
I don't even know who these people are.
Isn't Nickelodeon a kids channel?
Yeah. That's where the blending of these two things aren't working out for people. And so look what's happening. I'm not surprised the ratings are crashing. It's weird how like all the shows and the things that we grew up, they're trying to just like infuse adult sexuality into. It's weird, like to hear about the Rugrats, the Powerpuff Girls, all these things. It's unsettling that that's what all this stuff is about for the next generation. I'm like, it's a little early for that, don't you think?
Yeah, it's like they're trying to take the innocence of childhood away.
Yeah.
I've got a
corrupt
video
it.
here. The Pride video from Nina West.
God, I don't really want to play it. It's nothing to do with it. It's copyright with YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All
I'll show who it is. I'm not trying to hide from it. It's just I don't want to get copyright shit with them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm looking at it now. It is on YouTube. Got it. God, this is awful.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, so I haven't seen it, but is Nickelodeon the place for it? No. The answer is no. Like,
no.
Okay, weird thing. The only time I ever remember Nickelodeon ever removing the veneer of childhood was during 9/11 when they broadcast the news. That's the only time as a kid, because I was in grade school when that all went down. That was the only time I remember Nickelodeon ever like breaking that facade of like Nickelodeon world and the real world. And what was so wrong about Nickelodeon world when you're a kid and you watch TV? It's like, I don't want to hang out with real people. I'd rather watch a show about talking babies and a talking dog. Like,
the crazy part is they don't seem to understand that this is something that kids, you are sexualizing children in a way that they don't understand, right? They don't get this. They don't understand this. You're trying to explain a concept to them their bodies can't validate yet, right? You're trying to put them into a sphere they have no business existing in yet. I'm not saying you shouldn't have these discussions with your kids, right? I'm not saying you shouldn't go to your kids and explain to them, hey, there are lifestyle choices out there that aren't your own, and you should be a tolerant person, and you should be accepting of all people, no matter what it is that they choose to do with themselves or how they live or who they love or blah, blah, blah. Because we're all just people, and at the end of the day, Jesus loves you all, right? Like, you can explain that to them however you want. But as a small child, this is not where that conversation belongs. This conversation belongs with pubescent children who are, 12, 13, 14 years old and up. That's where that conversation belongs, not in children's entertainment, because they don't understand matters of sex. They shouldn't understand matters of sex. It has nothing to do with them right now, and it shouldn't have anything to do with them right now. Leave them alone. Let them be kids. A simple enough explanation for all of this boils down to be nice to everybody. That's all you need to say to a little kid. That's it. That's all you need to say to little kids is be nice to everybody. That's it.
Yeah.
Now, one of the later things we wanted to talk about tonight was Thor: Love and Thunder. We have the first image of Jane Foster Thor right here on screen. Nick, are you excited for Thor: Love and Thunder?
No.
How you really feel?
I mean, from what I've been hearing about what they're doing in this, which it's all speculation, of course. So I guess if what I'm hearing is true, yeah, I'm not interested in seeing it, and I think it's going to be a terrible movie. But Jane Foster is going to be Thor, and Thor's basically going to be like a bitch in this movie. Like, I don't know what they're doing here. But yeah, from the stuff I've been hearing, I'm not excited for it at all. And I liked the first two Thor movies. I thought they were fine. Or the first three Thor movies, Thor Ragnarok, which was, I think, probably my favorite one. I actually liked that movie.
Mary, what do you think of this?
I just don't get it. Nobody likes Lady Thor in the comics. Nobody likes Jane Foster in the movies. Nobody wants any of this shit. Why the hell are you pushing this down people's throat? Nobody wants it. Nobody asked for this. Like,
isn't it weird that the Thor movie that people seem to like the most is the one without Natalie Portman?
Right.
Yeah.
That woman reeks boring. She could be the sweetest person on the planet, give you the shirt off her back, whatever. I don't think so. But my point is, she looks boring. Like, her movies, she's boring herself in her films. Like, if I'm going to watch a Natalie Portman film, I'm not. Like, that's just it. She's in Star Wars because she's in Star Wars, and that's really the only thing I would seek her out in, because I'm watching for the brand. But what is she? Jackie O, this and that. Jane Foster, she wasn't great in that either. She's a name only.
You give her a pass in the prequels because you recognize that she wasn't given great dialogue to work with, but Padme is a badass, right? And so you love the character of Padme because she's out there kicking ass and taking names. She gets her back scratched up. She's still going, right? Like Padme is an absolute, like, just total beast, and you love her for that, right? But you recognize that the performance given is lackluster, and I'm not hating on, again, like you said, Natalie Portman. I'm sure she's a lovely person. I don't hate her as a human being. But you give her a pass as Padme because, exactly, I hate sand. And I don't like sand. And, like, we can't do it, Annie. Like, it's only because I'm so in love, and it's really bad. And so you give her that pass. But I have never seen anything with Natalie Portman that I've thought was a great performance. I'm sure there's something out there, but nothing comes to mind. Natalie Portman's not a profound actress. She's never done anything that I know of that grips you.
I actually liked her in V for Vendetta.
God, that movie is bad.
I like that movie.
I love V for Vendetta badass for what it is, but I don't know, man. It's a pretty bad movie for me. Like, it didn't do well, and I'm not going to get into a discussion of V for Vendetta. She could have done a worse job, but I don't think she did an outstanding job. I think she had a decent character to play. Black Swan! I see the Black Swan in the chat. I knew that was coming. She's fine. She's not particularly special, and she doesn't have anything great to work with here. So once again, they're giving her scraps to work with, right? You're giving us a character that is garbage. Like, you're going to have to do an overhaul. You're going to have to do a complete overhaul on this character, and you're not going in the right direction. This isn't a good start.
I'm going to guess this movie does well because the last one was a success. But yeah, I don't think Lady Thor will fit into the fun aesthetic. You'll have these other characters that were... Now, are the Guardians of the Galaxy aren't in this one, right? Thor's in their film?
I believe so. I believe that's how they're doing it. Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah, because Thor and the Guardians are going to team up in one of them, and I thought it was in Guardians 4 or Guardians 3 that had Thor in it. But like, I'm looking forward to that level of Thor. Him with Star-Lord. That fucking scene in Infinity War was amazing. But I don't know. Like, is it going to seem a little weird and jarring? We'll find out, I guess, in a year. Is that when it comes out?
Is this movie coming out before the Guardians movie?
I'm not sure. I know I'm looking at her holding Mjolnir, and remember that excitement that you felt when the hammer flies to Cap, and you're like, I knew it. You knew he could lift it, and you felt excited, and you felt pumped to see what it was that Captain America could do with Mjolnir, and how exciting that was. And then you look at it in her hand there, and I'm just like, get your hands off of that, you dirty monster. Like, who told you could touch that? Put it down right now. I feel slightly offended.
Yeah, I just her taking up the mantle and getting us all the same powers as Thor. I don't understand why they're doing this or how this even happens. I guess we'll find out when the movie comes out, but this doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
It's gross.
So let's check in with the audience. So our friend Black Angus Review says, hail Echo Base, hail WCBS, hail the chat.
Hey, Black Angus.
Uncultured Barbarian, thank you very much. He says, with race swapping, I can't wait until they remake Roots with Michael Cera playing Kunta Kinte while John Cena plays Chicken George. John Cena would get less flack for playing that than what he said for China. So, yeah, why not? I mean, John Cena's just a corporate whore. He'll play anything.
Yeah.
Wolf's Pain, thank you very much. Shaggy has had multiple love interests and girlfriends. Good portions of them have been minorities, even monsters. He is more of a player than Fred. By the way, Velma has always been my fave. Daphne's all right. Wolfsbane, make sure you bring this up to the guys on the World Class Bullshitters podcast. Nick is a huge mark for Scooby-Doo to the point where he goes, Jeff, bring this hard drive to a convention. And I'm like, all right. And he loads it up with Scooby-Doo. And I don't mean just like, where are you? It's everything up into that point. Live action Blu-ray rips, this, that, and the other. Like, the dude had it all. He's a Scooby-Doo fanatic. He's also a Velma fanatic. I like Velma as well. Daphne's fine. She's kind of a no character. Kind of like Fred. Fred and Daphne are just whatever. But Shaggy, Velma, Scooby, they were cool. They would make an interesting show. I don't know if they ever did movies with just those characters, but if they did, I should check them out. Uncultured Barbarian, thank you very much. He says, as a kid, Scrappy Doo got my mouth washed out with soap. After about 5 minutes into the first episode, I let out a who is this annoying fucker? I never got soap in the mouth. Did you guys?
I did.
All the time.
I did.
If my mom went for the soap, I was honestly like, okay, so this could be worse.
Yeah, whippings and soap in the mouth.
Yeah. Honestly, the soap was the better of the options.
Yes, for sure.
I lucked out. I didn't get any of those things.
And this is why you torture me now.
Yes.
See.
Don't worry, the audience has been nice to you tonight, Mary.
They've been very kind. They've been very kind. I want to say thank you to the audience for validating me and not letting Jeff just straight up torture the shit out of me. That's awesome. Appreciate you.
WTF you or I will not do such thing. Adam Wofford, thank you very much. Okay, does anyone notice the kid has a penis haircut? And I hated that version of Power Rangers. The Green Ranger is the best. Yeah, every 90s kid had that stupid haircut. Jonathan Taylor Thomas, Jonathan Lipnick.
I loved Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
I thought he was okay. I mean, he was the best of the Taylor boys on I almost said Full House, excuse me. He was the best of the Taylor boys on Home Improvement. But I mean, that haircut was never cool.
I loved JTT.
Tim Allen and the guy who played his little sidekick, aren't they doing something on the History Channel now or something?
I think so. Yeah, there's something going on. I don't know who all he's with, but I'm pretty sure Tim Allen's doing something to that effect.
I liked that show growing up, Home Improvement. I watched it all the time.
Yeah, I did too.
Same. That's my favorite TV dad. So you Google bad 90s haircuts, that pops up.
Jesus.
Yeah, the Sean Hunter haircut, that pops
I
up.
love Sean.
Yeah, but God, what?
Leave it alone. Oh God.
How about we go for the DJ Tanner?
Wow, yeah, those bangs, man. Those bangs, that's how they were back in the day.
I don't remember DJ that young.
Everywhere you look.
Everywhere you
There was a bad haircut.
I was a little bit older. Or I was a little bit too young, I think. Like I don't remember until they get a little older, I think.
On Full House?
Yeah. I do remember the show. I loved it, but they were a little older.
Yeah, I watched like every other kid in the 90s. It was back then I loved that show. I was like, oh my God, Full House is on. It could be on all day and I'd be so happy.
Yep.
Now as an adult, I'm like, man, get that shit off.
Really
Cut it out. Fuck that show.
Yeah, I was they did I can't remember what channel it was on, but I remember when they it was when they were doing just a crap ton of reruns where they would play like 8 or 9 episodes.
Was it like ABC Family or Nickelodeon, like Nick at Night or something?
Yeah, I think so. It was one of those, but it was that, and then right after they got done playing a bunch of those, they would do Family Matters, and I actually grew up watching both those shows, so I actually still watched them on the reruns. But of course, I was in my late teens, early 20s at that time, I think. So, but. Yeah, I haven't seen them in years. I don't know how well they hold up today.
They don't.
No.
Gabba Nay says, "How about they Scooby Don't? How about they
Scooby
don't?" Darian217 says, "I think you once said it, Jeff. As a young kid, preteen, everyone wanted to be the Green Power Ranger and fuck the Pink Ranger." Yeah, you did.
I didn't want to be the Green Power Ranger. I wanted to both be and bone the Pink Ranger.
Oh, okay. So you would have been Catherine, the other Pink Ranger.
I wanted to. I didn't want to be the Green Ranger. I wanted to bone the Green Ranger. I wanted to bone the Pink Ranger, and I wanted them to bone one another.
Oh,
is that too much to ask?
No, that's. I feel like we haven't asked enough until this point. So moving forward, I'm going to ask for a lot more. The Super Smash Brothers candidate, thank you very much. E3 is proof gaming is dead. Everyone is scared to call out Nintendo. The gaming industry is getting poozed by the SJWs, even Japanese companies. I saw the Metroid trailer, and that's about it from Nintendo on E3. So what's going on with this Super Smash Brothers candidates? I'm a little late to the party, even though the news just dropped today. So I got to get caught up. I liked what I saw for Metroid. A cool 2D side scroller. I'm in. I love Super Metroid for the Switch. I love Super Metroid for the Super Nintendo, and I played on the Switch. So that looks cool. Is the new Zelda game, are you playing as Zelda instead of Link? Because if that's the case, I'm done.
I know nothing about it. There's no way. No, they wouldn't do that.
I don't agree. You'll see a Zelda game where you play as Zelda again, and you'll definitely see a Grand Theft Auto where you're a woman, and you have to play as a woman. For some reason, Rockstar will play into that because it's trendy, and then I guess we've lost officially because that pissed me off. God, fuck you, Rockstar. Anyway, 16-Bit Mascot says, "Hey guys, as always, enjoy the show. And Jeff, how about that wrestling? Huh? I know Mary truly loves it. Hashtag wrestling is cool."
Man, I haven't watched wrestling since the WCW NWO days.
You're not missing much.
It's not fucking cool. It's not fucking cool. It's fucking stupid. And here's the problem. Y'all keep talking about this shit. And you might as well just go watch
shut your mouth, you thong-wearing fatty.
It's fucking stupid.
I loved it. I mean, I watched it back in the 80s, back when it was WWF with Hogan and Macho Man and all them. And then, of course, WCW and Goldberg. And then it all got bought out and everything went to
I would
WWE.
slap the absolute piss out of all of you right now if I could.
Why?
Hey, it's like an adult soap.
It's exactly. It's so
soap
fucking
opera.
stupid. This is so fucking stupid. What the fuck?
Mary, don't hate what you don't understand. Okay?
I do, and I think I understand the notion, the concept, and it's fucking stupid. You didn't get. I know your problem, Jeff. You didn't get.
You say fuck.
No, it's fucking stupid. You didn't get slapped enough. That's the problem. You didn't get slapped enough as a child, Jeff. Now you like wrestling. Your mom should have slapped you more too.
My mom was involved, man. She was like, "Oh shit, The Rock's cool."
Yeah. My dad would actually watch it with me. Freaking WCW Nitro, Monday Night Raw, freaking all that, man.
Hell yeah, man.
I loved it, man. I watched every single week for years back in the day.
Mary, I want to give you a gift.
What?
There's this great game I play called Pro Wrestling Sim.
I don't want it.
Did you do your homework and watch the movie for this week?
No, I didn't. I was busy doing adult things like adults do, not watching wrestling.
No, adults watch movies though. Remember Falling Down?
Oh yeah. No, I didn't watch it. I actually want to watch that one though. I actually want to watch that one.
What are you supposed to be watching?
Falling Down. It's a movie where Michael Douglas apparently loses his shit.
Yes, I love that movie.
I have to figure out how to watch it. I've got to find it. It wasn't directly available to me, and so I've got to sort out how to get a hold of it.
You can watch on YouTube for $3.
Oh, now there's an idea. Maybe I'll do that tonight. Then again, maybe I won't because you guys keep talking shit about fucking wrestling. I don't fucking care, chat.
Mary,
fuck.
I'm gonna get. You know what I'm gonna do? Since this channel can make that happen, we're gonna get some pro wrestlers on.
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna get pro wrestlers on.
Why would you do that, Jeff?
Oh,
Why?
yeah.
What in God's name
Because
would possess you?
Because it would make me happy and the audience happy, and that's all that matters is that they're happy.
You people are some sadistic fucks. You know that? This is insane.
That's what it is, Mary. It's gonna get fucking raw.
I don't really want to get yelled at by a wrestler.
Oh, dude, you know what? I was gonna save wrestling buttons for the regular show, but now I'm gonna have let me tell you something, Mean Gene. Every time something comes about wrestling, I'm gonna have Hulk Hogan scream at you when you don't like it.
You see this shit?
Yeah.
Now the chat wants you to kick me because of this shit.
See, you should have never said anything,
fault.
Mary.
It's
Then he
not
wouldn't
my
know that
fucking
you don't
fault.
like it.
No, he already knew. No, Jeff knew this shit. Don't think he doesn't torture me on purpose. He knows this shit. He does it on purpose.
Well, you did say earlier you are a glutton for punishment.
So our friend Joseph Pianowicz, thank you very much, sends in a super chat of a critical hit. Thank you very much, Joseph. Primer says, it fascinates me how Generation Alpha will never appreciate weekend morning cartoons the same way Generation Z and Millennials do. It's really sad. It is, Primer.
Yeah.
It was that universal language. I may have not watched the stuff Nick grew up with and vice versa, or we may have, or somebody like a Michael from Retro Blasting or other YouTubers out there, but we all had that experience of getting up early, watching cartoons, eating cereal. Maybe you made some Eggo waffles or some shit, or you were a little older and had to make eggs. But like everybody had that Saturday morning where you got up and you just got in front of the TV. It was so cool. You waited all week for that shit.
Yeah.
And
Even in the 90s when I was in middle school, I would get up early. You'd have the early morning before you go to school cartoons, the afternoon when you come home from school cartoons with DuckTales and Tailspin and Darkwing Duck and Chippendale Rescue Rangers, all that stuff. So yeah, even during the week they had that. And then of course Saturday mornings you had that too. And now it's what do they even do on Saturday mornings on public TV nowadays? I don't even know. Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, it's just educational stuff, that EI programming that you see pop up.
I wouldn't mind doing a video on the downfall of Saturday morning cartoons.
Wow, that'd be interesting.
Like a mini doc.
That would be interesting as hell.
Yeah.
Oh, very for very.
You know what? I don't recall earning this one tonight. I feel like I was good up until you brought up the wrestling shit.
The Sinister Mister, thank you very much. You know, the world's greatest detective has known how to find the spot, so to speak. They ain't fooling anyone. You damn right. Look, he trained with Zatara for other reasons, and Zatanna for other reasons. The dude knows what's up. I think it would be a disservice to Batman. It's like when Kevin Smith made Batman piss his pants in The Widening Gyre. Oh, great. It was a urethral whatever evacuation because of the shock from a blast. Dude, it was stupid writing. Don't do that to Batman. And please, don't do that to Batman again, DC. SH Rebels 08. Buffalo Jeff and I will have tacos tonight.
Tacos.
Taco munching Buffalo Jeff.
I'm just going to retire and open a restaurant.
Hey, I'd come.
That's what she said.
But you'll never leave.
Yeah.
Dr. Bluebox 11, thank you very much. Batgirl slid down the bat pole, Mary.
Yeah, nobody wanted that. Nobody wanted that. It's not in the freaking graphic novel.
I didn't realize how far back we were on these things. Sorry for making you wait, folks. Striderman says, Jeff, you said it's better to be left to the imagination. The problem is the current generation has no imagination. They're used to instant access of everything. So that's sad.
Wrong.
You're not wrong. And it's sad, too, because what business is going to be the one to go, well, we're going to bring back attention spans? No, you're not. You're going to be fucking boring. It might be the most interesting thing ever. It might be well-paced and incredible, but because the standards have been, lowered so much, you're gonna get that. It sucks, man. We're in this weird holding pattern because we've been, well, not we, but just people in a good portion of the audience has been conditioned to expect certain things. And so they're going to just go to that portion of the audience, and sanity, decency, and reason will be just thrown out the window. But, thankfully we'll be there to make fun of it the whole time.
Word.
Gary Thomas says, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the Holy Trinity of DC have a sexy fun time while under Poison Ivy's thrall in the Harley Quinn show?
This is the Harley Quinn show, though, right? Like, that's part of it. Is that, like, okay, I get it. They're under the what is it? The control, right? They didn't make those choices for themselves. Again, I argue it's not necessary to depict any of that. It's just not necessary. But it's the Harley Quinn show, and if you're going to do it someplace, that's the place to do it.
I haven't seen any of this show. I've heard a lot about it, but I'll give it a shot one of these days.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either.
Yakase, thank you very much for your earlier super chat. We read that one about clarification for the Disney man, the $15,000 sucker. Fake name, thank you very much. Or we read that one already. Thank you very much, fake name. Robert Taylor says, I hated Shia and Crystal, but if they did the Die Hard thing and actually used him again, I think we could have transitioned the franchise into a more gritty ethos. Shia is more interesting as a grown man now. What do you guys think about that?
Shia is batshit crazy. And you really want that man running around set?
Yeah. I just the thing is, even if they got a different actor to play his part, it just wouldn't feel right. I don't know. I'm kind of indifferent on it. I mean, I'd have to actually see it, but I don't know if it could work. I don't want his son back. Not the one that we got in Crystal Skull for sure.
No, it's not a thread that needs to be followed.
No.
I think Indiana Jones works best as a loner guy. I get it. Like, you would if you're having these women and these encounters, you're going to have a kid possibly pop up. But just trying to give him that domestic life with Marion and Mutt was a really stupid decision on because it sets up the character never really grew past the other movie and whatever. Never mind. I'm not going to get into that right now. Fuck it. We'll talk about it later. But no, I don't want more Shia LaBeouf. If anything, I would. You just can't you really can't transition these things over. These aren't this isn't a superhero property. This isn't a title that somebody can pick up well, Bruce Wayne died, so now Dick Grayson can be Batman. This isn't that. And the Indiana Jones series is always going to be the Indiana Jones series. I'll give a shout out to Harrison Ford. You at least try for this one, and the dude's still in pretty good shape. So I can't talk shit about that. Bring it, man. If you're gonna kill off Indiana Jones, at least I hope everyone brings their A game. If he dies, we should all be moved. Not well, he's dead. Fuck it. That's the ultimate. That's where this movie will die. Is if it kills him off and we don't care, because that's the big emotional push. That's what they're gonna get you for with one last time. Phoebe Waller-Bridge, that chick leading the film franchise is stupid. A snarky action adventure movie led by a British lady with dark hair. Well, The Mummy did that 25 years ago. It's just not. So, fuck you guys. Anyway, NG1T, thank you very much for the keep it up. I appreciate that. Could use it. Super fucking tired. Super Smash Brothers candidate says, Mary's words are how I feel on the gaming industry.
I think earlier talking about the mediocrity aspect of it.
NG1T says, Mary Mayhem sounds so good. Destroy Disney.
Disney's destroying themselves. They don't need our help.
Yeah.
The Super Smash Brothers candidates, thank you very much. Right on, Jeff. According to them, we're not fans because we don't want to buy their bad products, and if we call them out, they send the troll army. See, Super Smash Brothers candidates, that's what the Fandom Menace was great for. The troll army to call out and let you guys know that thing does exist. Knowing that these things are out there are awesome. Now you know that what you're looking for. You can't fall for it. Corporate fans, these shill people, we now see what they get. They get washed up and thrown to the side and milked for $1,500. I bet that guy didn't even get $1,500 worth of free shit up until this point right here. So he's really out a lot of money from Disney. But the Troll Army and all of these things that we're well aware of, that's the victory right there. Knowing what to look for, because then you can look for honest reporting on a movie. You know when you're being sold a commercial and when you're being sold honest, excitement. So, Grimjoy, thank you very much. Sends a keep it up as well. So we will. Thank you guys for those. Poopins, thank you very much for the super chat sticker. It says super chat was message retracted, but no matter what it was, thank you. Billy Duncan, thank you for the £5 super chat. No message. Yakase says, I love her. Mary is right about the mediocrity.
Thanks.
Fake name says, men hit the sides of the bowl. Mangold hits water. I don't understand that reference. It's P?
I'm going to assume it's a bull riding reference.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
It went over my head too, Jeff.
Dude, I was sick yesterday, and so today's just been kind of a weird recovery thing, so I'm out of it now. Sorry, folks. Andrew Clark says, did you read about the kid who sold his Pokemon cards to help pay for his dog's medical bills? It's a really heartwarming tale with a happy ending. I did not. Did somebody buy him back the collection? Because that'd be pretty cool. Kids. Dog. Oh, yeah, to save puppy. Okay. Oh, wow, it's an 8-year-old kid who sold his... Okay, this just happened. All right, this could be a cool, positive story. Can we get it without a CNN video? Yes, we can. So, okay, no, USA Today wants me to look at a fucking ad. All right, here we go. The Pokemon Company sends surprise gift to boy who sold card collection for dog treatment. The Pokemon Card Company sent an 8-year-old boy a surprise present after the child sold his Pokemon card collection to pay for his dog's medical treatment. Earlier in the month, Brian, went on to sold part of his Pokemon collection to pay for his dog's parvo treatment. Kleiman's mother posted a picture of the boy selling some of his Pokemon cards at a roadside stand as part of a GoFundMe to raise money for the $700 medical treatment. The story helped the kid raise over $5,000. Now the Pokemon Company has reached out to help the boy restock his card collection. Oh, nice. So, yeah, that little stories like that, make me happy, especially currently when there's a lot of bullshit. So, let's see. Fake name, thank you very much. Andrew Clark, thank you again. Dr. Idiot. That's a great name. That horse thing is from the commercial for Two Horses, a salon in Montreal. It was made by Doug Garth Williams, who did This Is a Special Time, Little Baby's ice cream commercial.
That makes so much sense. That makes all the sense. Oh, wow.
That commercial is what I put on to make people uncomfortable.
Yeah. That's why this makes all the sense.
I need to get that guy on the channel.
You think you could?
I would love to.
That would be cool. I would talk to him. I would also ask him why. Yeah, I would assume that he wouldn't be wearing a horse's head.
Oh, then he can't come on the channel.
What if he is, though?
Okay, so I feel like we need to set some standards. Boundaries!
There, Mary, little baby ice cream. It's so creamy and delicious. It eats itself practically.
It's staring into my soul. Oh, God. You know what that is, right?
He's eating his own head.
It's that marshmallow fluff stuff.
Yeah,
that's why he's able to eat it. No!
Yeah, that's really creepy looking, for sure.
It's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Oh.
I like how people are just like, no. Fine, I'll stop trying to scare the audience. We'll go back to entertaining. But Dr. Idiot, thank you for sending that super chat. I'm going to take a picture of that. So when people ask, I will have the answer and I won't have to go, oh, somebody told me, but I forgot. I mean, I can't forget Dr. Idiot. The Last Millennial says, dude, I totally agree with you. Well, The Last Millennial, I'm going to be honest, I forgot the point I made, but thank you. But I didn't forget the stuff we talked about earlier. Fake Name says, I want Mary to talk about Mom by Amelia Clark.
I did over on a girl called Heiress of Chaos's channel just a couple days ago.
Oh, I love Heiress of Chaos. She's dating Loki.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that should be expressed out. Yeah.
Oh, I mean they made it public.
Anyway, Mary, could you give a summary of what you said?
Win.
Huh?
When I said about the I mean, look, it's just kind of just disconcerting that it's actually really sexist in and of itself that you would tie a woman's entire ability to inflict damage and pain to her emotions, right? Like, I hurt people with my feelings, right? Like, that's what this boils down to. And it's actually insanely sexist. It's a really one-dimensional view of yourself as a female to think that the only time you can derive power and to be a powerful person and to be intimidating and to be a force to be reckoned with is when you're bleeding. That's actually horrifying and disgusting. And you should think better of yourself than that. You should want better for yourself than that. You should put yourself on at a higher standard than that. That you have to wait until the most emotionally fraught time of your month to be able to do something impactful on the world around you. And also, shave your armpits. This shit's nasty, okay? It smells. It's gross. You're disgusting. That was my summarized take on it.
Well, you know what? That was a public service announcement brought to you by Mary Mayhem. There you go.
Man, you got all kinds of those things lined up and ready to go.
I have way too many, but this is my personal favorite.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
I don't know. We don't need context for that. If you just press that randomly, it's great.
That's funny.
There's this one too. I love that.
From Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Yeah, man. We'll play out with my favorite one tonight. The Super Smash Brothers candidates, thank you very much. I also felt weird how Strange was okay with a little girl losing her father. Yeah, I kind of like in the comic books where, you know, a character like Spider-Man's like, nobody's gonna die. I thought superheroing meant saving lives, not I'll mope around until I gotta stop the villain at the end. But you know, collateral damage is cool. No, it's not. Save everybody. You're a fucking superhero. Now, Philabute says, school teacher Mary with a ruler smacking people. Ooh, yes, please. Mary is not the only one. No.
I love Phil. Hi, Philabute. He's great.
TLJ Screwjob says, if only this guy, Nick, was here to regale us with tales of Natalie Shaw, with names of female directors that her company hadn't hired. So if you don't know, Natalie Portman wore this shawl, this like cloak thing to the Oscars with the names of female directors, but she has a production company and they haven't hired any of those.
They haven't hired any. Yeah. It's the grandstanding. It's that unearned moral superiority of like, I'm going to point at this thing, but I will have done absolutely nothing about it.
TLJ Screwjob, thank you very much. Wanderer says, I really like the addition that it's Thor's power, not the hammers. I still have many issues with Ragnarok that are only made worse with Endgame Thor. I'd say Thor suffers the most from Endgame.
Yeah.
They didn't really do much with him.
Didn't do anything to fix him. God, that's so annoying.
Fucking awesome in Infinity War.
Yep.
Should have aimed for his head and all this stuff. Yeah, Thor was probably second or third best character in Infinity War. He was a fucking joke in Endgame, man. Like,
yeah, Fat Thor.
Be cool the whole time.
Yeah, it was awful and disturbing and upsetting.
Terminus EST says, I don't want Natalie Portman as female Thor. I'd rather she work as an airport security so she could Padme down.
Oh!
Nice one. Nice one.
Oh, God. I'm not even going to hit the Brie Larson button on that one.
Hey, what's the music from?
Go. All right. We have one more super chat, and then we'll close this bad boy out from our friend Fake Name, who says, kids the last 20 years don't understand panic of a commercial break, ending and running back. Saturday morning cartoons strengthen sibling relationships. I never had a sibling, but I remember going to people's houses and watching the cartoons and rushing back. Oh, it's back.
I had three, and we all watched. I had three siblings, and we all watched Saturday morning cartoons.
I was gonna say, I don't think it strengthens my sibling relationships. My brother and I used to beat the hell out of each other to decide who was going to get to watch which on which channel. Like it would come down to it. I wanted to watch this. There's one house, one TV in the whole damn house. That's it.
Yeah, nobody has two TVs.
No, but when I was a kid, we didn't have two TVs, and it frequently resulted in fistfights where one of us had multiple injuries. I was usually the one that won until we hit 12, and then my brother started beating the shit out of me, and I couldn't say anything because I started it.
Yeah, I had a small TV in my room with the 12-channel turn knob clicker, where the no remote, you got to get up and actually turn the knob on the TV, and it's got like 12 channels, and that's pretty much what I watched stuff on in my room.
Like me that much. My parents didn't give me. Can I respond to this Redneck Trekker real quick?
Sure, if you want to.
Sugar, if I'm ever in Arkansas, you bet your ass. Just holler at me on Twitter. I'll be there, and I love Red Lobster.
What do you like on their menu?
All the things.
Everything?
So,
Lobster pizza is my favorite from there.
I just love all the things. So, I want a sampler.
Oh, okay. A poo-poo platter, if you will.
Poo-poo platter.
Let's close our show. All right, so what would I order? Based on my current level of hunger, let's get a family meal.
A family meal?
Let's just continue to play with this.
I love shrimp. Can I have tartar sauce with all the shrimp?
Linguine Alfredo family meal. Jesus. Ugh. I'll get this. What's the Admiral's feast? Let's get that. Can we order it now? Wait, I better not.
Are you serious?
Hell no. I'm not hungry at all. Tired as hell. Oh my god.
Yeah, the cheese
biscuits
biscuits.
are the only thing I like.
No, what?
Okay, fine. Red Lobster has fine food. When they had unlimited shrimp, I'd go there with my friends. We'd eat,
yes,
shrimp for 2 hours, and then I passed out once.
I love shrimp with tartar sauce. I don't like cocktail sauce.
Tartar sauce is cool. Do you get Frisch's tartar sauce down by you?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. Well, Frisch's Big Boy is a big restaurant
chain. I know what Frisch's Big Boy is. I'm sorry. You said Frisch's and my brain didn't. I know Frisch's is the one with the Elvis hair, right? The big statue with the burger on the plate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have great tartar sauce. I didn't know if they carried it in the grocery stores by you, because if they do, check it out.
Oh, okay. I actually like Captain D's tartar sauce. Savory.
I haven't been to a Captain D's maybe in a long time, 20 years. I think I've been to Captain D's once. We were Long John Silver people during Lent. That was about it.
Captain D's nuts.
You just got invited to Taco Bell, Mary, so you've been downgraded.
I love Taco Bell. That's not a downgrade. I love Taco Bell.
Is that a lateral move?
I don't know.
Man,
it depends on how much Taco Bell I get.
We can't have a show without Demi Moore's tapeworm popping out. Hello from below. Just wanted to pop my head out and see what's going on. Had a busy day snoring through the colon. Now I'm glad I was able to catch you. God damn. I love this show. Thank you, folks. Thank you so much. Demi Moore's tapeworm was Taco Bell too, says WTF viewer. I have it on good authority that that's an accurate statement. Taco Bell is a great simulation of food. Yes.
Man, they got rid of the taco pizza there.
Blasphemy.
Yeah. I don't know what they're thinking.
Now, folks, you can join us over on, or join me over on Mindless Entertainment. Jesse's over there with Andy Signor and the Bass Man, who is an awesome YouTuber. And we got another super chat from Philabude. Oh wait, hold on. Yakase arrived first. So let me just drop the link. I'll be over there in a few moments. I think we actually have fish sticks. So our friend cooked for us to help us out during our stream nights. Now, Yakase says Bar Harbor lobster bake. Dad, you know about you know about Bar Harbor because it's a place, but yeah, Jessie and her family go there all the time. Well, once a year is all the time. But
Bar Harbors
in Maine.
Oh, I've never been to Maine.
I haven't either. The closest I've been is Maryland for the lobster stuff. Because East Coast lobster is allegedly, you know, the great lobster. I don't know. I'm from Ohio. No, we don't have that shit. We have Skyline and sensible shit.
Sensible shit. What a weird term.
It's funny. The guys want to razz me and say, "Oh, California's changed you," but Nick comes out here is like, "Yeah, I had avocado toast and it's delicious." I've never ordered avocado toast. Living in California, I eat more barbecue ribs than I have in the last 5 years. So that's a good sign, right?
I mean, depends, I suppose, on how much you love them.
Their top 10 favorite food.
Well, there you go then.
I'm happy. Philabude says, Mary, if you're ever in Australia, I'll show you the best place to swing that ruler and smack some people.
Let me know.
Noted.
Oh, now the show's getting fun. We're getting some interesting super chats after this one. But first off, Wander says, in my opinion, after Thor went for the head in Endgame, he left the move and never returned. Don't know who the other guy was, but he wasn't Thor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. It was definitely a different Thor for sure.
Yeah. It was like Lady Loki. That's not Loki. That thing has tits.
Yeah.
What did you think of Loki being DB Cooper?
DB Cooper?
The Legend of DB Cooper, the famous criminal that hijacked a plane and got away with all the money and was never caught.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I didn't realize that was a thing.
The minute they showed that clip of him on the plane and he says, look at that note again, I went, oh my God, is he DB Cooper? And then, boom, I was like, holy shit, what a great moment. So, you know, I can dump on Loki for being kind of boring or this or having no direction or causing really ethical dilemmas in the Marvel universe. But there are cool moments. Like, I'd be lying if I told people like there was nothing of entertainment value in there. Like, I thought that was hilarious. And the fact that Thor was involved with that shit too. He talks about Thor being involved in some of these antics. Like, Thor's not this saintly guy, which is cool because it makes him a little more well-rounded and fleshed out.
Yeah, I'm going to try to watch it again tonight. I've tried 4 times. I'm going to try for
drink a cup of coffee, man.
Yeah.
Maybe take some Adderall.
Yeah.
Jacob Ebsen. See, this is where I mean the show is getting interesting. He says a 3-way with Mary, Tommy, and Kimberly.
Yeah, totally.
With the never mind. I'm not going to ask you these questions on air.
Well,
fuck it. Will the costumes be involved or no?
I mean, yeah, but they're gonna have to like have some strategic placement of, you know, openings. Like,
you
otherwise,
can't fuck in the helmet.
Bullshit.
You shouldn't.
We'll see how far we get. Let's see how far we get. I'm gonna hide in the bear now.
Yeah, totally is right. That totally is right. So
he's gonna be mad at me now.
That's morphin' time. So whatever.
It's morphin' time.
So Nick, where can we find you and Echo Base Network all over on the internet?
Just simple Google or YouTube search for Echo Base Network. You'll find us. I'm guessing most people here already know, but if you don't, we did a sequel trilogy documentary. We just released a special edition. Jeff's in it, Mary's in it, along with several other YouTubers, and we're working on our second documentary, which is the rise and fall of LucasArts gaming, which is narrated by Mahler. We got all his recordings back, and we got rough cuts of the first 3 chapters, starting on the 4th. Hopefully we'll have it done at some point in time this year, but that's what we're working on. That's what's coming out next for us. But yeah, Echo Base Network. We are. You are.
Yeah, folks, check out their Battle of Hoth documentary narrated by me. It was a lot of fun.
Yep.
Mary, we
Yeah.
can find you where on the internet? And what do you have coming up?
Well, I actually have tomorrow night is our once monthly stream of the Babedom Menace. It's where the ladies and I get together. You can find Mandy Summers there. Lorena Creole will be there. Eris is going to be joining us tomorrow night as a guest. Sometimes we have different guests on. I'm talking to Kelly. I think she's going to be joining us next month. But tomorrow night is this month's Babedom Menace, where we're going to be talking about just a plethora of crazy shit that goes on in the world around us. It's a lot more of a laid-back stream. The girls get to have a glass of wine and just chat and enjoy one another's company. It's a bit more interactive with the chat than we're able to do in a lot of other streams. And so it's just a really fun time. We do it once a month, like I said. That's tomorrow night over on my channel at 9 p.m. Eastern. So please be sure to go subscribe and come check me and all the other ladies out tomorrow night. It's going to be fun.
Now, Yakase sent in a super chat that says, I'd buy that for $1. Guess what, Yakase? You're getting that as a button. So thank you for reminding me. I got a couple ones coming this week, folks. You guys can request them, or we'll just use them to surprise Mary when she at least expect it. Right, Mary?
Yay! Button.
You got knocked the fuck out, man!
Oh, that was great. That's great.
Amazing.
Goodbye, Captain Marvel. And I'm going to say goodbye to this episode. So, folks, yes, I'm going to make videos. I've just been making sure to take care of everything on the Stealing Solo end. Things are ahead of schedule, which is always fun to hear, right? Oh, great. The stuff will be here extra early. So, yes, things are on their way. Things are earlier than planned, and it's awesome. I'm very excited. A lot of people were excited. Thousands of people were excited. And so I want to make sure everybody gets everything as quickly and as efficiently as possible. And so one last time, I'm going to show off this pillow because why not? I made this pillow. I had this pillow made of us from the fucking show. So go back, go find us on social media, check it out. I'll bring up the pillow in later streams. But this was the High Council art for the comic book. So guys, I think it's still in demand. We'll drop a link. Somebody in the mod can drop it. And yeah, you guys can check it out if you want to grab yourselves a copy. But that'll be there soon. So from all of us here on the channel, thank you for watching. Be smart, be safe, be cool, but always be excellent to each other.